I had a very rough childhood in terms of a lot of violence and FGM and control, and I always felt like the weird one in the family, the black sheep.
I was born a Muslim, raised a Muslim, and now I'm an ex-Muslim and an activist for women's rights, especially ones that have left or are still in the religion of Islam.
When I start to wear hijab and looking to my brother, why I wear hijab and my brother not? And then I look to my mom, why she have to get out like this way? And then, but I ask myself, I don't want to discuss that with anyone. I only asking myself until I start to wear burqa, full covering. I get this feeling it's not my clothes, but I have to do it for Allah, for my family, for the society.
We were brought up, I always call it this Muslim bubble, because we went to a Muslim school, we were involved in the community, and then we didn't know any other non-Muslims. The only non-Muslims we knew were on TV. So we just weren't mixing with anyone that had a different point of view, although there was slight, obviously, different points of view in terms of within the community. I always felt like my school, my teachers and my friends had a stricter Islam, which I for a very long time thought was the real Islam. Like that music was haram, plucking your eyebrows was haram, all these kind of slightly different things that my parents were a little bit more relaxed on, a more moderate sort of Muslim. But I was very much within a community that were quite strict.
Being a Pakistani woman and being an ex-Muslim, first of all, I will say it's such a dangerous combination. It's not safe for you. If I say I'm from Pakistan, then people think you must be Muslim, because there is a tag which has been always attached to you, to your personality when one is born in a Muslim country or in a Muslim family. I was also raised in a Muslim family, a religious family, but there were always questions in my mind that why there are few things which continuously pinching my mind, and they were just pointing out different things, but I was not supposed to ask questions openly because it was forbidden.
After I turned about 10 or 11, my father joined a Tablighi Jamaat, or like part of the Debunking movement, and he got involved with that, and he enrolled me into an Islamic school. I was really heartbroken about it because I wanted to go to this school that offered horse riding. And that I was really looking forward to going to that school, but then like halfway through summer, my father was like, "We're sending you to an Islamic school," and I was like, "Okay."
My family is Shia. We're Shias, and it's the Jafri Shias. So the community is called the Khoja Shia Ithnashari Jamaat. So growing up in that community, because everybody knew my dad, they all sort of knew me. They knew whose daughter I was, and it was a big, like, I think it's over 10,000 people in Tanzania that just directly knew my dad. And the community is it's filled with quite a bit of gossips. If one person knows something, there were messages when I came out in public, there were messages about me, and they're like, this girl, the daughter of this person, is now an atheist. Let's pray for her to come back to Islam. So from a golden child, I went to like being a black sheep only because despite being the same person, I just disbelieved.
Being a woman, that was also very difficult for me to understand that why the Islam has given so much less rights to a woman, but not a man. So man was granted more and more power, but woman is like, she has nothing actually in Islam. If we study Quran closely and observe the things, what is happening, and also in the society, people treated women such as a little creature. I mean, maybe it's not a nice word to say, but it is the situation in the Muslim countries. So when I got to know, well, I was always being asked by my family if I prayed 5 times a day or not, if I fast or not, if I covered my head or not. I was not supposed to talk to any stranger in the street. I was not supposed to come in front of any cousin. I was not supposed to make new friends, even though no friends. And also my marriage at very early age when I was a school going girl. So I always heard from my family, once you are married, then you can do it and everything with the permission of your husband. And I was happy, okay, I'm just gonna have at least some freedom. I'm sorry. But yes, it was not the situation. The situation was changed. My husband, he was like more religious than my family. So things were not getting better. They were getting worse day by day. I was forced to do whatever he wanted me to do. So it was the initial stage, and it was the initial step to think about taking some decisions over Islam, over religion. And then I renounced my religion. I renounced Islam.
I remember that I was always a little bit rebellious against certain things. I didn't like praying. Madrasa for me was torture. I remember I used to skip madrasa to go to sing for the president of Kenya school choir, because that was better. The president of Kenya at the time was a dictator. But I remember I used to skip madrasa to go and participate in school choir. I also remember hijab was forced on me when I was about 6 or 7, around the time I had FGM done on me. And I remember sort of just pulling my hijab on door handles and just to tear it apart a little bit, just so that, you know, I didn't like it, so but I couldn't like outrightly drop it. So I was like, make sure it got on the door handle and it got torn. And so there was that streak of rebelliousness. And then there was a period where I felt like I had brought so much shame and so much rebellion to my family that I wanted to go back to believing. And so I became briefly religious, reading the Quran and trying to understand it, but it didn't last very long. It just kind of confirmed for me what I was running away from.
Islam is like part from your life, because we study it like something really important from when we are like really 7 or 8 years. So in this time, I think no one can asking or why I live like this way, why I believe in this God, why it's really difficult to make your mind, it's waking up and start to ask.
I started wearing a headscarf when I was 8 years old. My parents never forced me, but it was expected of me that when I turned 9, I had to wear a headscarf. So I wanted to be a good girl, and I was like, I want to be a good Muslim. I'm going to start wearing the hijab at age 8.
Yeah, so I felt like I was representing Islam when I was speaking to people, especially because I wore the hijab, and I wore it back at this point because I wanted to be like a cool, hip Muslim and show how amazing Islam is and how relaxed Islam is, you know. And you can interpret it a different way. I definitely, by that point, interpreted things, as I said, a little bit more Sufi and a little bit more spiritual, and it's metaphorical. That's how I understood it at that point. So I always felt like I had to kind of be like, yeah, I'm Muslim, but I'm cool. Like, it was constantly me kind of telling people that. And so, yeah, so I really wanted to spread Islam. And what that started basically was a lot of discussions of, you know, I was speaking to many people, just kind of asking questions. Well, what about Aisha? How come, you know, how come your prophet married a little kid? And it was like, oh, okay, let me go away and learn why that happened, and then come back and face that. And then it was kind of, I would come back and say, well, actually she was 18 and like, you know, it's just wrong. You know, there's lots of kind of counter arguments that I would come back with. And I think after saying all the counter arguments many, many times, I'd rehearsed them pretty much. They started to kind of, I started to say it to people, and then as I was saying it, realized how stupid it was.
The other thing that was alien to me while I was like this practicing as a child was that I didn't really have a concept of love or what love was. I just thought it was, you know, this thing that kept you in a family. You know, it just, your family loves you and that's it. And I remember writing things like that because I was quite an avid writer. I used to write on, I used to post on writing sites. I used to write a lot of poetry. And I wrote this long monologue about how I don't think love exists, and I think that love is just a condition that people make once they're put together. And I didn't have that concept until I left, and it was, once I felt it, it was such an uncomfortable experience for me because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what it was or how to handle it, and all of my friends kind of, because when I felt it, it had visibly changed me, and all of my friends were looking at me like, this is normal. But for me, it wasn't normal at all. And I had never experienced it, and I didn't know that was something that I was missing out on.
When I was in Kenya, I was aware of Council of Ex-Muslims of Britain with Mariam, and I used to follow Mariam's work. And also, you know, I was aware of Ayan Hirsi's work as well. And then when I moved to the Netherlands, I remember searching if there's a similar thing. I saw that there's a humanist alliance here called the Humanitische Verbond. So I contacted them and I attended one meeting. And when I attended this one meeting, one of the ladies was like, oh, by the way, did you know that there's an upcoming conference where Mariam Namazi is going to be speaking? I was like, that's my hero. Introduce me. So yeah, and I wrote to Mariam, and that's that. And I said, I think I want to come out. I think I'm ready. I'm shit scared, but I think I'm ready. And she said, yeah, do it. And then yeah, that one thing led to the other, and here we are.
The first thing I started really looking into was the hijab. And that was, I think, the first doubt, because as I said, I was really trying hard to be a cool Muslim. So I made friends with, all my friends were actually not Muslim apart from one. And we had like our little kind of crew, and they were like, let's go on holiday together. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to be a cool Muslim. I'm going to go on holiday with them. This is fine. Because Islamically, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, I can't really go without a mahram, but this is fine. I was trying to tell myself, I'll figure it out. And we went to Italy together, and you know, there were so many times where I was feeling like I was, again, the guilt was coming. But there was this one day we were on the beach, and like obviously on the beach in Italy, everyone's kind of in bikinis, sometimes topless. And I was there with my little burkini, kind of fully covered, looking really odd. And then my friends were in their bikinis. So I was kind of like trying to act like I was confident in my burkini, like this is what I'm supposed to do. But as I was sitting there, I was looking around and I was thinking, like, these women that are wearing a lot less than I am are actually getting less attention, but also I understood in that moment that, you know, there isn't this kind of like guys going crazy and like, it's not chaos. It's not kind of like, these men aren't like animals where they're going to like pounce on you and I really started to think about that. And that moment really stayed with me because I realized, hold on, the hijab is to protect us and to kind of, you know, our modesty is supposed to, you know, all the things I used to say is like, we're like a pearl, we're beautiful, we're too beautiful to be seen. And if men see us, I don't really know what the other side is, but it's just this expectation that men can't handle it, I guess. So that, I understood it as, hold on, in the West, where people are a lot more naked, the men are a lot more respectful. And if I were to go to Morocco, where my mother's from, or Egypt, where my dad's from, you know, these countries that I know, or any other Muslim country really, even later on I went to Pakistan, you know, even if you just show like a bit of leg, the men go crazy and they stalk you, and it's dangerous. It's actually dangerous for a woman to go out on her own and not be hassled by these men. So the concept of hijab as a function in society to protect women and to create this kind of harmonious way of living between men and women actually wasn't working and didn't work. And that was the first thing that was my doubt, because I was like, how come it's, you know, not having it and having this respect between men and women, regardless of what the hell I'm wearing, you know, there is this respect there. So then I started to think, well, how can a concept such as hijab, that's supposedly from a god, not work?
And I studied Quran closely. I observed each and everything, and I got to know, well, it is a man-made. There is nothing, I mean, our supreme power is saying in Quran, go and kill people. I mean, there are more than 100 verses in the Quran which says go and kill people, kill non-Muslims. Why? A supreme power, how he can do it, how he can say go and just kill others. So these kind of things, they just changed my mind.
I was 26, 25. In this time in Saudi Arabia, you don't have anything to do, only to sitting in your room and doing internet, Twitter, Facebook, and other things. So in this time, I was completely outside of this world, I can say. I don't know there is people in our world, they don't believe in God. I don't know there is people in our world, they don't have any religion. And then I was completely shocked. I feel like it's important information, why they hide it, why I don't know it.
I was always taught to hate gay people, like, you know, they don't deserve to be a recipient of any dignity, but I couldn't put myself in a position to hate gay people or Jews only because the book has said so. I'm like, no, they're still people. So it all started with like an empathetic mindset and altruism, that I couldn't put myself in this position that just didn't like a group of people based on their orientation or their religion.
I was really taken aback by the size of the school. It literally was like it was like ground floor, first floor, and there were like 3 classrooms, but really they were like bedrooms. There was 1 toilet, and we had like a little granite outdoor area that we called a playground. And the school was really excited that we had 1 interactive board, like a whiteboard. They like even put it in the letter that they sent us, like my acceptance letter, which I found really interesting. But I went along with it, and I thought, you know, my dad knows best for me. So I went, and I was a daddy's girl as well. So I was going to do anything to make him happy. So I went along with it. There was no uniform except the jilbab and like a headscarf. But one of my teachers, she was an Islamic studies teacher, she used to cover her face, and I thought that was like really cool as like an 11-year-old kid that couldn't express anything. So I like looked, and I used to ask a lot of questions about it, like, is it uncomfortable, like you know, can you take it off anytime? And she would give me answers. She'd really put up with me, because she was my Islamic studies teacher through all my phases of being as like a young Muslim. She really put up with me, because I would really haze her with questions. And some days she would just get so fed up, she would literally sit me in a corner and say that you need to just be quiet. But I used to see her wearing the niqab, and it like interested me, because I knew I couldn't take off my, you know, my headscarf or my jilbab, but I could put on a niqab. It was an option for me. As like, and I had said this on like other podcasts before, where people asked me like, were you ever forced to wear it? And I always said that no, I feel as though I made the choice to wear it, but not for religious reasons. I did it because I thought it was like an identity marker. Like I would have been the only girl in my school to have worn it, and I would have been the only girl in my family to have worn it. And I didn't really have like many other ways of expressing my individuality besides that. But obviously, like when I was an 11-year-old girl, I would have said, oh, I'm doing it for God, whatever. It wasn't until I turned about 14 that I just continued asking a lot of meddling questions. So within the Deobandi circles or within Tablighi circles, Sunnis have like 4 different schools of thought that they adhere to, you know, Hanbali, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanafi, you know, all of those different schools of thought. And I became aware of a movement that rejected all of these ideas because they were constantly contradicting each other. And my teacher had this idea, so the one, I don't know if I'm over explaining this, but the one concept that my teacher had introduced to me was that when Shafi'is go to Hajj, they actually become Hanafis because they can't do the tawaf without touching a woman. And in the Shafi'i school of thought, if a man touches a non-mahram woman, his purity breaks, and you can't do the tawaf without being pure. And I thought, but they're already Muslims, so why would they need to convert to another school of thought? That doesn't make any sense. So that was like the chink in that armor. And I thought maybe I need to go to a more literalist interpretation. And like when I brought it to my father, it just, you could see the sort of psycho spinning in his head and just being like, there's something wrong here. And he took it to the masjid and he would constantly have arguments, and then he would just constantly find other contradictions. And he saw all these like contradictions and he was like, we should definitely move to a more literalist interpretation. And then both myself and my father brought this Salafi hell onto my family, and we more or less radicalized everyone to this new school of way of thinking.
Over societies like Pakistan and Saudi Arabia and other countries as well, the Islamic states, they give such a little space to women. They think the man is a master of a woman. So a woman, she is always obliged to do what her husband, her father, her son, her brother is saying. And if a woman, she does not follow, then she was, in several cases, she was killed in the name of honor. You heard about the honor killing as well. It is really, really normal in Pakistan, in the society of, Pakistan. So I thought to get more freedom, it is also important for a woman to stand up and speak and to tell the world, well, if you are a woman, it's not a crime, it's not a sin.
A lot of the reason why I kind of became very religious was definitely to kind of close up that feeling of guilt, because of the guilt that I mentioned. Definitely it was kind of like, well, the only way for me to get rid of that is to do this properly. I don't want to go to hell. And especially if you're brought up from a small child, we'd have very scary teachers. In retrospect, I'm like, wow, they were really scary people that would teach us at like 5 years old. You're going to have your hair hung, every strand that you show, you're going to be hung from that. If you show your hair to men, you're going to burn, just all the horrible descriptions of your skin burning and then coming again, and you're going to have like hot lead poured into your ear, and all these weird, horrible things. When you learn that as a child, it's so scarring, and I think it really stays with you. It really does stay with you and it kind of goes into your unconscious, I feel like, because it's so traumatic and so dramatic that it's like, it kind of embeds this fear in you because you've learned it from such a young age as well, when you don't know anything. So definitely that was something that was in the back of my mind, kind of like, well, let's avoid that.
I feel like the more I get the information, the more I have to be careful, because I know I am now different and I have something different in my mind, and it will be really dangerous from my family, from the country, from all the society, if someone know what I am going through. 2014, my mom wasn't always not happy what I am doing in my room all the time. Why I am sitting long? What's going on with Rana? I think my mom in this time, and she said, let's go to Mecca and you will do Umrah with us. And I was like, no, don't put me in this situation. When you are atheist or ex-Muslim and someone take you to this place, and around you 2 million, 3 million Muslim. You feel completely, it's painful. You want to shout, to say, I am atheist, kill me. You know, in this moment, I have this feeling. But in the same time, you have to be happy because you are going in the house of God.
This is past college now, because I had moved out already. I'd rebelled so much that I had moved out before anybody had moved out. And something significant happened at the time I was moving out. Two significant things happened. One was I tried to save a child from FGM, which backfired on me. Like I wasn't really able to, because I was just freshly out of college kid. And so my family thought that this was, I was possessed, and I needed ruqya exorcism, that I was possessed by evil spirits, and those sheikhs were called, imams were called, I was beaten up, I was tied up. I am tying the moving away and this ruqya incident and trying to save the FGM from a 4-year-old child, because they happened so fast together. I tried to save the child. My family was convinced I had demons and I needed to be exorcised, but I also was trying to negotiate to move. And so the negotiating to move and trying to save the child, I think caused or metamorphosized into me, ruqya being performed on me. 4 days later, I just walked away and I never looked back.
It took me a long time to actually come out of the mentality that, you know, my body is aura, or is in some way shameful in some way. When I was a younger girl and when we were being taught about the hijab, it was never presented in a way of, you know, men shouldn't be looking at you. It was always presented in a way where your body is of so much value that men can't look at you. And I think I bought into that, especially as a young person who wanted that kind of empowerment. And it's completely false. It's a complete lie when you go back to scripture and you realize why the hijab is what it is. But when it was first presented to me, I think it was first my Islamic studies teacher, and then later through like different lectures by Zakir Naik, who would talk about precious diamonds and how you'd lock them away and wear precious diamonds. And it's just so misogynistic. But that's how it was presented to me. And I thought, you know, if my body is this valuable that no man outside my family, even my cousins, can't look at me, then maybe I should do even more. And that was like more of an argument to wear the niqab, like cover my face. Even though initially it was a statement, after a couple of weeks I was like, okay, I've made my statement, can I take it off? And then like both my father and my Islamic studies teacher made the case that, oh, you know, it's so much better because you're hiding even your face, like even your face is valuable. So that just made the argument stronger, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it's not hurting anyone except me. But yeah, and that's how I had fallen into that mentality. But even after I had sort of, because once I became a fundamentalist and I realized what hijab was, even after that, after I'd let those ideals go, that it was like a symbol of women's empowerment, which it absolutely is not, I was still in the mindset that this was something that God wanted, so it was something that I did.
I was broke, so I went to live in a sort of slum area in Nairobi, renting one room, sharing bathrooms with other people. I had a small income of a sales job or of some sort. I hadn't really gotten into journalism yet. And then I just like survived on my own like that. And then I became a journalist for Kenya Television, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. And I met I met the father of my children at that time. He's a British man who was on a holiday in Kenya. And so we just hit it off, and but my family didn't agree, so I wanted to stop the love from myself and believe in Islam. So that was the period I went back to believing.
Mid-2017 is when I actually posted up something in public as a progressive Muslim supporting gay marriage. I think I was the first one in my community that I was from that posted up in solidarity with a couple that had gotten married in Canada. And I think overnight or over 2 nights, it got 500 comments and a lot of people hating me for supporting them and asking me to renounce my religion. And I'm like, wait, hold on. This is not fair. Why are you guys so lethal about, like, why are you so vile about all of this? And I, went online and I searched peaceful verses about people who don't agree with you or people from different religions. I couldn't find it. There was always a condition. There was always a condition that, as long as they don't go against you, as long as they don't mock your religion, as long as they don't do this. And that led me to think that, why am I believing in such a violent religion? I started reading a bit of the history of the battles. The only thing keeping me in the religion was my family or what they expected of me. And I'm quite blunt. So I went, when I had made up my mind that this is it, no more Islam, I went to I got on my WhatsApp group chat to my family and wrote, I'm agnostic or atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in Islam and don't know about God yet, but I just don't believe in Islam. They thought it was a phase. They thought it would pass, and we kept our safe distances. We tried debating a little, and that would just end up in, all of us getting mad at each other.
In terms of how I started spreading Islam, I couldn't do it openly as my father did it because he was a man. He could just stand outside, and because he used to go and hang out at Kilburn, where they do a lot of those kinds of things. But because I was a woman, I couldn't do the same. My voice is aura, my presence is aura. I have to stay inside. Aura is like your, I can't remember what it exactly translates into, but it's basically what's forbidden for men to see. It's what you're meant to be not ashamed of, but basically ashamed of. You're meant to cover your body. It's haram for other men to see, and it's haram for you to disclose that to them. So what many people don't understand about the hijab is that a lot of people view the hijab as just like the head covering, and it's bad enough as just the head covering. But the hijab has conditions attached to it, like it has to be opaque, it has to be loose, it has to not imitate the disbelievers in any fashion, so you can't be wearing like a big cross with it. It has to be, you can't have like all your ornaments showing while you're wearing it. It is meant to be a complete erasure of your individuality, which was why it's strange that I chose it as individuality. But it's meant to take away that from you in the public eye. And there are other things stating that if you're walking outside, then you shouldn't like wear loud shoes or be banging your feet, because that it draws the attention of men. You can't wear perfume outside, otherwise it's equal to fornication, and fornication is a huge sin in Islam. Your voice, when you speak, if it's not necessary, you shouldn't be speaking, you shouldn't be singing. It's aura, you're not supposed to be doing it.
So the whole concept of hell and heaven was, definitely the final straw. I felt like that just didn't make sense. And if that didn't make sense, that for me was the entire concept of religion. And then that's when it all kind of just collapsed. And I was like, whoa. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't know if I believe in Islam. And I kind of kept that for a couple of days. And then I said it out loud to my husband. And I was like, I don't know if I'm Muslim. And he was like, what? And I was like, I don't know. And like, he was kind of surprised, but then we've been speaking for so many years about this stuff. He was like, okay. And I was like, he was just like, okay. And I was like, what about you? And he was like, yeah, no, I'm definitely still Muslim. I was like, okay. I was like, I was like, are you okay being with me because I'm not Muslim then? And he was just like, well, yeah. And it was just like this weird, we just had like an awkward moment of like, this is so weird. How did this happen? Because I was the one, just to put it into context, I was the one that was more religious than him. And I was the one that prayed. I mean, I used to be like, you have to pray. How can you not pray? Like, come on. I used to pray the fard, which is what you have to do, and the sunnah, which is like an extra. So I used to do the extra prayers. And I used to literally kind of tell him to do it. So it was such a switch that we were just like, how did this happen? And then I kind of, in my heart, I felt like he didn't really believe, because we've been talking about it for so long, but then he just didn't want to admit it. And he did admit it eventually.
For a woman, of course, it is not easy to get divorced, because again, the religion has so many boundaries for several things, for women especially. So it is really easy for a man to say 3 times, talaq, talaq, talaq means divorce, 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 and the relationship ends. But a woman in Islam, that was something, you know, it's not normal. So she needs to ask her husband that just give her a divorce. But my husband, in that situation, my ex-husband, he was not agree with that, because he wanted to be with me. So he could torture me. So he could be with me, and he could accuse me in blasphemy law as well, because he got to know that I am no more Muslim. I am ex-Muslim. I spoke things about Islam which were not allowed. But then I decided, no, I'm not gonna tolerate all these things. I was educated, even though I was stopped to go to school, but then still I had my mind, there were several things in my mind that yes, I could do. I'm a woman, I'm not weak, I'm a powerful. So I thought, it's enough, I'm not gonna bear it at all. I'm not gonna tolerate it anymore. And then I just ran. I went to court and I asked them, I'm not gonna live this man anymore. And then I got divorced from the court. But then again, he tried to prove several things against me in the court, and he said, well, I am characterless, my character is loose. And he also said, I am an ex-Muslim, I spoke things about Islam, and I am a blasphemer and everything. So it was something really difficult for me, because by using those kind of arguments, he just took the custody of my daughter. She was only 3 years old at that time, and then court granted custody of my daughter to him. So it was a plus point for him, but it was really difficult for me, because after that moment, I was not able to meet my daughter, I was not able to see her anymore, I was not supposed to talk to her, I was not allowed because he had court orders and I had nothing. I tried to fight again, but yeah, I didn't succeed.
A number of things had happened in my life that I feel as though affected my level of belief at different times. So my mother had passed away when I had just turned 18. My father kind of really broke he's like one of the only people who has truly broken me. You know, I lost my faith in Islam, and it took a long time for me to lose my faith in Islam, because I felt as though Islam was one of those things that was keeping me going through all of the things that were happening. You know, I witnessed someone committing suicide, well, attempting suicide in my house. Thankfully, I don't believe she passed away. You know, being completely ostracized by my family because I had decided to report my father because he was abusive. I had gone through several different stages of part homelessness and full homelessness, you know, losing my siblings, and that's just like the summary. There were like a number of things that affected me, and then like after losing religion, I had just become a walking husk of myself, because I thought I was doomed and I was just going to burn in hell.
I was 6 years old. I remember very vividly. As much as later on when I read about how child development and at what points do you start developing, I don't remember much else about my childhood up to maybe 10, but I really remember FGM and what happened that day and what I was told and how you're kind of scared. But it's so normal where you live. And at that time, my 6-year-old brain, it was the normal what happens. Like nothing of the other metamorphosis that happened to my brain later had already had happened. So it was like I was only scared of the physical pinch, because they tell you it's a pinch. But I remember the emotions that went through me as I grew older and realizing what was taken from me and why was it taken from me. And having these questions and this anger and this emotion and saying, why the hell did they do this to me? And trying to understand it and trying to understand whether it was culture or whether it was religion, and so many people saying, no, it's just an African culture. And finding all these hadiths and that justify it, and me saying, no, this is wrong. That I don't like a religion and a society that tells me that this is okay for this to be done to me. Yeah, so I guess that then led to the completely I remember for me, rejecting Islam was in phases of rejecting certain things that had happened to me. I rejected violence, I rejected FGM, I rejected all these things, and all of them I thought that they were wrong, and then finding that they have something to do with my society, my culture, my religion, my upbringing, and going and saying that no, it shouldn't be like that.
We started this organization, Atheist and Agnostic Alliance Pakistan, in 2012. After divorce, I got to know my husband now, Syed Gilani. So we got to know each other. I was working in an office. Yes, I'm telling you the situation about after the divorce. So I got to know that, okay, there is one new colleague in my office and he's also working with me. So we interacted and we got to know each other. And I got to know, well, he is also an ex-Muslim, but we both were so afraid. I told you already, to be in Pakistan and to be an ex-Muslim is really dangerous. So he had also some reservations, and me too. We were not speaking publicly, and we were even not saying anything to each other. But we got to know, we got some hints in our mind that yes, he is ex-Muslim, and he also got to know, well, she is something which makes her really separate from other people. Because then I was not taking hijab, I was not covering myself. I was working in an office that was an advertising agency, and I was event manager there. And then time was passing, and then we started meet each other, and we started talking over things, over random things in general. Who you are, what you do, so what's your background. And then we both came to know that, okay, we can trust each other. And then he told me, well, I'm also an ex-Muslim. And I was like, what? Yes, me too. So it was such a party time for us, because that was, I mean, I found someone like-minded. So I found someone who can really understand me. And I suppose that he too. And then we thought, well, if we both are the same, we are thinking in the same way, then there might be other people as well. Then we thought, okay, why don't we start an organization for the people, the like-minded people, the ex-Muslims, but we were also afraid.
I couldn't tell people face to face. I couldn't be like, hi, I'm like, by the way, I just couldn't do it. So I just made this video, why I left Islam. and I put it on YouTube. And then I actually put the link on my Facebook. And then I was like, let's just see what happens, which was such a weird way of doing it now in retrospect. But I suddenly got like this wave of like messages and like horrible emails and like phone calls, and it was like chaos. I mean, I actually had taken the video down about 5 times and put it back up and I had to keep making it private because I was like, oh, what should I do? You know, it was such a difficult kind of crazy thing. So the community, as well as the ones I mentioned before that I was very much involved in, who, by the way, were already annoyed that I'd taken off my hijab. just that was a bit like, well, what is she doing? You know, maybe she's going through a weird phase. So they just never expected that it would be I left Islam. So I had different reactions. You know, some people were thinking maybe she's having a breakdown like her dad did. Maybe she's just copying her dad, you know, because whatever. And a lot of people, including my mum, kind of thought it must be kind of magic. You know, there must be, you know, I mean, depression anyway, because my dad was depressed, and she had this image of like he had a magic on him. So that's how she understood my dad had magic on him, and he became depressed, and that's how he left. So she thought if he had magic, my daughter must also have magic. So somehow that made sense to her.
I want to cry, I can't, because they hear me, they are around me, my family. I want to shout, I want to do anything to make any reaction. You know, when you are really sad, but someone put something uncovering and close it, you can't do any reaction, you can't cry, you can't do anything, because you will be really killed if someone know you are atheist. And I decided in this night I will do this paper, but I was not really sure, you know. I know it will be really dangerous, but I want to do that. I bought the paper and I bought a pen in my bag, and then we go to Mecca. And when we start to move around the Kaaba, I told my mom, I am going to toilet, I have to go and I will back quickly. And she told me, yeah, we will meet in this place. I try to find place where I can write it quickly and take a photo and notice where is the camera. I walk like from the people and no one notice I am doing something not fine. And I found place, they are building this place, something broken or something like this. And I write it quickly and I take it from the notebook and I do it like this in my hand. I remember this moment when I took this photo. I was shocked from myself what I did.
No one should have to go through the same experience as I did, you know, with the physical abuse, the verbal abuse, the ostracism, you know, the homelessness, and, you know, the constant mind games of being like, oh, you can be with us, but you can't be with us, but you can be with us, but you can't be with us. You know, the manipulation tactics that I had to use just to go about my day, living 2 lives.
Actually, one day, few people, a mob actually, you can say, they just chased us. They reached to our location and they got to know where we are living, me and my husband, Gilani, and they attacked on our home. So they just, yeah, it was such a scary situation. I still remember. So we ran away from the home without knowing that where we are going. Because yeah, at that moment we were just blank, and we got to know that it's really gonna be difficult and risky for us. It's a dangerous situation, but we just ran away, and we went one of our friends' home, and there we stayed. And to be in the Netherlands, it was really accidentally, because I was not knowing at that moment where I am going. But yes, there was no other way for me except to get out from Pakistan, because if I just stay there, they could be, assassinated me. So that was really scary situation for me. But we managed, and then I left Pakistan with a heavy heart, of course, because that was my hometown. I spent my childhood there. There were a lot of memories. My daughter, she was also there. My husband, Soyed Gilani, he was at that moment also there because we couldn't manage to flee together. But yes, it happened, and then I just reached here to the Netherlands.
I asked my manager, and this time I work in the school, and my manager, he can give me the allowance, permission to travel. So I told him that my mom wants to travel to Lebanon to visit someone from our family, and I need you to sign the paper. My dad is not here. And he believed me, and he signed it, and he gave it to me. And even though I did this plan, the immigration office, they sent some paper to my school because they need also the sign from my father. And I did it, and I signed it, and I signed it. You know, I want to go to maximum. Even if I die, I try hard to get out. And everything work. And now I have my passport, my ticket, everything ready. I remember the last week. I remember the last day with my family when my mom cooked the lovely the essence I love. It's kabsa. She cooked it before I leave, before one day. And I was sitting with my family, my father, my brother, all they sitting and eating together. I was eat and say, bye-bye. I will miss you, Mom. And then I eat. I will miss you, Dad. And then I eat. I will miss this time. I want to cry, but I have to be really normal, really someone different in this moment. Not doing anything with my feeling, keep it secret. It was hard for me, but I have to do it like this way.
Because she was so beautiful, you know, she was such a cute little cuddly thing. And she was 4 years old. And they had already arranged the circumciser to come to the house, and I just couldn't put myself. I think I was subconscious. It was a subconscious decision to save her. Wasn't a calculated. To try to save her wasn't a calculated thing. It was more like, I just want to take her out of this situation right now, without knowing, like, I didn't even think of like to call the police, because FGM is also illegal in Kenya, even though in practicality, there's a lot of problems. So I just took her out of the house, and I went. I was gone the whole day. Brought her back at around 7 p.m. Everybody was pissed off with me. The mother was pissed off with me. The entire flat, I could say, was pissed off with me. It was a big deal. There was violence towards me because of that. And the child got done in the end. And that fucked me up. Because I couldn't save her. And the picture of her is traumatic for me, because I don't know how I moved around with this picture, to be honest with you, but I found it in my old stuff. And she's now an adult. I don't have contact with her, but it haunts me and it keeps on bugging me, and I do beat myself about it a lot, even though as an adult I know in the situation I was in, I really couldn't save her. But I don't know, it just has that effect and emotion attached to it, I guess.
In the year of 2014, 2015, he had gotten married again. And like the first week or so, everything was fine. But I'm not sure what was the instigator, but the second week, he just constantly complained about her. And by that point I was used to him rambling, and I was kind of just zoned out of it. But he kept complaining about her, and I asked him, you married her a week ago. Did you just think that it was gonna be plain sailing? And he looked at me, and I hadn't realized that was the first time I'd ever like actually spoken back to him. After like about 3 weeks, he completely isolated her. He completely resigned her to one room in the house. He didn't want her on the same floor as him at any point in the day. The only time that she could come down was when he was out of the house, and I would like make her food and bring it up to her room. We actually set up a bed in my room where there were 4 of my other siblings living with me. And we set up a bed for her, and she would be crying every night. She would want to call her brother who was back in Bangladesh. And it was just like this really horrible experience. And then when he finally did divorce her, which was just a simple talaq, well, that's what Muslim men say to divorce their wives. It just means I divorce you. She locked herself in the bathroom and she tried to kill herself. And he was out of the house. He didn't want anything to do with it. So I was left to deal with it. I called my uncle. I called the ambulance. I tried to get the door open. I actually climbed out of my house to try and get into the window, which was not on the ground floor. It was on the upper floor. I tried everything I could to save this woman. The ambulance took her, and I believe she got her stomach pumped and she survived. But after my father heard the story, he was making jokes and laughing about it. And I couldn't understand how one human being could be like that to another human being. Like, forget everything else. This woman nearly died in your house. And that's when I decided, like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I can't make excuses for you. And the physical abuse had started that year, so the January of 2015 with me. So he would hit me for tiny little things. Like, there was one time where I was cooking fish and I'd like put too much oil in the pan, and he had slapped me so hard that I fell on the floor. And then it just consistently got worse.
Many people were just kind of, just telling me basically, we need to have a conversation. I think at first actually it was, we need to have a conversation, come meet me. My aunt, who I was very close to actually, she was like a second mother to me. She kind of said to me, we need to talk, but I can't have you in my house anymore because, I can't kind of host you, but let's meet in a coffee shop because I need to talk to you. And so we had a conversation, and she said to me, actually I want to speak to you because on the day of judgment, Allah will ask me, why did I not kind of speak to you and bring you back? So it wasn't even for me, it was for her, for her own back. And she said, I have to, tell me what your problem is with Islam, and I'll do it right now. I'll tell you everything right now. We'll close this and you can take down the video and forget it. And I was like, oh, how am I, like, it's a 40-minute video. Like, how am I going to go through all the things that I disagree with? And I had a lot of that, a lot of like, what is it? Why? Come on, let's talk about it. Kind of as if they're going to kind of solve the problem. But as I said, I kind of understood it because I'd been there. So I was trying to be understanding. And I remember just saying to my aunt, like, she was saying actually horrible things to me. She was saying, like, what you're doing is disgusting, and I can see shaitan in your face, and, all these kind of horrible things. And I hadn't said anything, and I just said, I love you. I just want to say that. And then I was like, this is how I feel. I can't really explain it to you, but this is just what it is. I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere to have a debate with her, especially her mentality and stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to be like, love, peace, happiness. This is what I'm about. If you want to kind of be like spouting hate to me, then that's kind of on you. But then I was like, I said to her in that moment, I don't want anything to change between us though. Like, our relationship shouldn't change. Her daughters have been like sisters to me. So, and she was like, of course this changes everything. Of course this does. And I remember just having my heart like sink, because I just thought, wow, it really is going to change. And so I haven't seen her or spoken to her or her daughters. They've all kind of immediately blocked me off Facebook, and they just kind of cut me off. And these are people that I spent like a lot of my life with and grew up with. I was their bridesmaids, they were my bridesmaids. So it's like very, very close people to me. So, and then it was just like continuously having people like drop like flies, just kind of like, we can't hang out with you, like this is done. After they attempt to convert me, so it's like in their mind, they're like, we'll try. And then it's like, this isn't going to work. And then more videos were going up on my channel about Islam. And then some people were saying to me, we could have maybe coped with it, but because you're speaking openly about Islam and openly, you know, if you can just take all your videos down, then we can be friends. One person said to me, actually, a cousin of mine, who I was also very close to, said to me, you know, we can be friends, but to be honest with you, I won't treat you the same as you were. You know, in my mind, I was thinking, so I'm like a second-class citizen now, sort of thing.
I moved here as the wife of somebody who later on also became violent. And I remember having the conflict of, I thought I was running away from my background, and then I found myself in the same situation. And I wrote more poetry, and now this time I came out with the poetry. I started attending reading places, booking myself into little gigs here and there, in and out around Amsterdam. But I still wasn't comfortable to connect all my identities together. Only very recently, when I came out as an ex-Muslim here at Bali, I was like, all of this is me, so I'm just gonna embrace all of it. Yeah.
I was living in the asylum seeker center. Our case was in the process. We need to tell each and everything what has happened with us, what was the situation. The asylum seeker center was also not a safe place for us. We faced many questions because at that time, I remember the asylum centers were also full of Muslim people, the religious people. They came from different countries, and they were also, if they confronted us, they asked us questions when they got to know, I am from Pakistan, then I must be Muslim. So they asked some, different questions. And when I tell them, well, I am from Pakistan, but I'm not Muslim, then the reaction was quite dangerous for me, because people, they just look at me from head to toe. Well, you are from Pakistan, you must be Muslim. This is the mentality, this is the ideology.
So the kids were watching cartoons. I was sleeping on the sofa. There was some mess on the floor. There was like cornflakes on the floor. And I was just, you know, it was like I was up since 5 a.m. in the morning. I hadn't slept all night because I have 2 babies sleeping next to me. And I was just resting in the living room. And I knew my father didn't wake up very early. His depression had led him to sleep through most of the day. So he would wake up at like 12 o'clock. And it was about 9 o'clock. So I didn't think that he would just, you know, walk in. But he walked in and he saw all of this, what I just described, and he just lost it. He completely brutalized me in front of my very young siblings. And when I say brutalized, I mean brutalized. I had pictures to show the police because it was that bad. I was bedridden for about a day, and he thought that an apology by way of making food was going to be enough for me to forgive him for that. But it truly was it truly felt like I had been stabbed in the back by my best friend, the person that I trusted the most in the world. And I reported him for that, and it was, even if it was necessary, it was one of the most difficult things that I had to do. Because to me, it felt unnatural, but I didn't know what else to do. I had told my family members, and they had just sort of been like, well, this happened to all of us. And it was something that I just had to grunt and bear. And I think that one of my uncles had tried to stage an intervention, but it was just a sham. It was completely a show. It wasn't something. It was just to appease me and make me feel better. It wasn't to actually make a change. And they thought that I would buy into that for whatever reason. But I had gotten back into contact with the social worker, and I sent her the pictures, and I said, this is what happened. And as soon as I told the social worker, I told one of my aunts that I was reporting my father. And I had, for over a few months, I had like preemptively packed a bag because I foresaw myself leaving that house. So I had like all my papers, all my necessary clothes, and I had even packed a prayer mat because I hadn't left Islam by that point. But my aunt had called me and told me to tell the police that I was emotional, and that was completely untrue. My grandma had called me and told me the same thing. And I told them that I'm not going to do that because I've done it. I've done it, and I'm not going to take it back. And so the day that I contacted the social worker was actually a weekend. So she didn't see the message until Monday. And I was saying, with this knowledge that I had reported my father, I decided to tell my sister, who's 10 years younger than me, what I had done. And she said, what's going to happen to us? And I said, I don't know. Because I didn't know. And I was really scared that my entire family was going to be divided into other houses. But I also thought that that was better than them living in that house. And we went through so many things in that house. Like, it was never warm. It was so cold that we had gotten frostbite on our toes in winter. My father would cook food on one day of the week, and it would go off by the end of the week, and we would still have to eat it, and I would still have to feed it to the kids. And if the kids didn't eat it, and they were very small kids, they were, my brothers were babies, he would beat them. Like, and not just like a slap on the wrist, not that that is in any way acceptable for a baby, but he would beat them as if, they had any mode to understand what they were being beaten for. And it was such a harsh environment, and I hated every single minute of it, but my devotion to my God and my devotion to my father had prevented me from doing anything for so long, and I don't know how to overcome the fact that I allowed that to happen for so long.
I miss my father too much. Sometimes I cry when I hear like a girl saying Baba, or I feel why I have to lose him, why I have to miss him, why I have to cry, why I have... Sorry. It hurts.
My family was aware of all the things that were happening in my home, and they dismissed it. They offered me one solution, and the one solution was to get married. And I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to leave my siblings in a home where they were in constant danger. And that is by no means an exaggeration. I had grown very, very acute to the danger that was there. Like, I would be able to tell apart my father's footsteps in the street outside my house. I could hear him coming. And I don't think that that's something normal that most people do when they think about their fathers. It was just this constant dread of him coming home. And I had reported him, and on the day that the police were going to come, my aunt had decided to tell one of my uncles who had come to my house and had more or less hazed me on why I had reported my father. And I told him I did it because he had severely beaten me, and these beatings have been going on for a while, not just with me, but all of the kids. And on the day that he had beaten me as severely as he had that time, he was screaming around the house that he was going to kill all of the kids. And I reported that. And my uncle just gave me a good talking to and told me I'm immature and that was something very childish for me to do. And I told him, so I'm immature, but you think that I'm mature enough to look after 5 children? And he said, well, you're immature about the outside world. And I said to him, well, you're all mature people and you decided to do nothing, and I did something. And he looked at me as though, you deserved that beating. Like, this is what you've been doing in the house. Like, you fully deserved that beating. And I was like, that's your opinion, but it's done now, and it's gonna happen. I'm not gonna change my mind on it. And I just sort of left him, and I went and hid in my room, and he told my father, and my father started a screaming match with me. And he was like, if you didn't want to live in this house, you could have just left. And I said, okay, then I'm leaving. And I took out my bag, and he was very surprised that I already had a bag packed. All my papers were in there and everything. And the police came, they separated us, they put me in one car, and they drove me to the station. And I'm like forever grateful, because they were the only people who were around that said that was very difficult to do, and we're glad that you did it. And they said that we're going to try and find somewhere for you to stay tonight, but if you can't find somewhere to stay, then you can just stay in the police station.
No one really from the West country can imagine how Islam can hurt you and hurt your family and completely damage your life. And that's what happened to me. If my family not a Muslim family, why I have to suffer all these years to be free and have my rights and be happy? Why I have to live with my family with this feeling? I am afraid from my family because I am not a Muslim anymore. How you can describe this moment for the West country when they are not a Muslim, when they don't live in the Muslim society, when they are not growing up there, how they can understand what we are saying? It's like what happened to me. They are really in other world, and they don't want to hear us.
It's more difficult for a woman because of, the way that women are viewed in Islam, basically. We're meant to be the kind of the mothers of the next generation, and we have to teach them, and we have to wear hijab, and we have to cover from men, and we have to be virtuous. And the first thing that people say to me is, oh, it's because you want to drink and like have loads of sex and be crazy. And, they just have this vision of like a crazy wild girl, which is so bad, like as if that's like the worst thing. And in fact, coming out as a woman compared to like my husband or my dad is so different. It's so different because, the hate that I get and the death threats that I get is nothing compared to what they get. And it always has become sexual. Like it's like we will rape you, and oh, I can't wait to find this girl so that I can like rape her and gang rape, like really vile things. But yeah, you never see that with guys. Obviously they get it as well, but not to the extent women do.
Critical thinking stops when religion starts. You can think critically about every other topic, but the moment somebody starts with your religion, it ends, and especially one that is intolerant to being challenged. And, despite people being engineers, when you start asking them, like, when you start putting it back on reverse, why do you believe in God? Like, there's no evidence for it. I feel that you're not applying the same critical thinking that you do in your work when it comes to religion. There are always excuses. It always comes to a point where those excuses don't make sense, right? You can't, the mental gymnastics played is just, it doesn't work anymore. So, you come to a point where you're like, well, this doesn't make sense. What are you going to do about it? And they're like, no, but it's written in the book. So the whole thing always circulates around the Quran, where they're like, the book is true. I don't think they realize that men have written the book. They think it's the authentic word of God, but where does it come from? Who writes it?
So my father was put away for about 48 hours. My entire family had decided to say that this was just a one-time incident between myself, who was an adult at the time, and my father, and nothing had ever happened to the children, and that he was good with the children, and this was just a disagreement between me and my father. And they had completely covered up everything in the house. So they couldn't do anything with the children. Like, they are still currently living with him.
going through mental health myself. I know what it's like when you're around people but still isolated. I know what it's like living a double life. You know, I had to be a different person with my parents who wasn't like questioning religion versus another person who is questioning religion, scrutinizing it, being bold, but that attitude hurts my family. So I always had to be two different people, and I know what it was like.
I have been hiding my poetry for a very long time. At first I wasn't even sure if it's poetry. I was like, it's more like rap. And where I come from, actually, it's not very, it's not even, you don't hear anybody doing that, especially on the mainstream kind of stuff. Although Somalis have a traditional poetry kind of thing, but mine was, I was writing in English, and so it's not something I could share. But it was my healing area where I would express myself, the things I couldn't say, and I just put it down and I just hide it.
Maybe until now, my shouting is not really big. You know, everything I did it until now, or my activist, I think, until I feel I change something in my society, I will not stop. I will not be happy. I will not feel I did something. I want to stop them to hurt the women and the kinder and the children there. I want to remove the Islam from the law. I want really to separate it. I want to give a right for the women. You know, after I come to Germany and I start to have a simple rights, like going to police if something happened to you, going out, do your work, your study, traveling. Like now I am in Amsterdam, it's easy. Only you take your stuff and you go out. It was dream. Can you imagine it's a dream for some girl? Because they have this Islam, this shit, sorry.
Like when I had been put into a homeless shelter because the police actually did find me somewhere to stay for that night. The day after, I had gone and gotten ready, and I had gone to, because I was going to take a bus to the police station, and I didn't know at that point that you had to use oysters, because I just thought you could still pay a fare, because I had not used a bus in that long. I didn't know that I had to have an oyster, and the bus driver had told me that you need to get an oyster, and I think he didn't know what was going on, but then there wasn't a lot of time to explain, so I got off. I went to one of those like news agents. And it was a Muslim man behind the counter, and I was like, I need to get to the police station. And he was like, do you need an Oyster card? And I was like, yes. And he was like, okay, that costs £5. And I said, I don't have a lot of money. And he actually put money in the card for me. And I have gotten so much love and kindness from strangers that was never afforded to me by my own family. And I don't know how to feel about that.
So by healing, I mean, I couldn't talk about these things. There was nobody I could discuss these things with, and I could only write them down. So it was kind of like my diary, the poetry.
The hardest thing leaving Islam is definitely just the abandonment, the kind of abuse that you get. You know, it's weird though, because I do think in some ways I'm grateful for it not being worse, but it's like we have such a low bar, because I know that it could have been kind of literally my own family wanting to kill me rather than abandon me. So it's weird, but I kind of have this feeling of, well, it could have been so much worse. I know that's almost a norm for many kind of ex-Muslims to kind of have severe death threats from their family.
The worst thing about becoming an ex-Muslim is being dehumanized by everybody else. Like there's the left that attack you for speaking against Islam, and then there's a right that attack you or prey on you because you're speaking against Islam. And then there's the Muslim right, and then there's the Muslim left. Like we don't, like ex-Muslims have never had this peaceful, you've left Islam, it's okay, even if you don't talk about it. We're always just people who are going to go to hell. we're always just people who are going to be, you know, we're just subjugated, or we're prostitutes, or that, you know, we have no moral values because we don't have a religion. Most of us don't believe in God. And that's, you know, just the component of being dehumanized and just being a recipient of so much hate is possibly the worst thing for ex-Muslims.
Because for a long time I was made to understand that my family are the only people in the world that I can trust. But they turned out to be the most untrustworthy people that I could have ever made contact with, because they didn't have my best interest at heart. They didn't have the children's best interest at heart. They only had their own best interest.
Then you lose all the people that you kind of depended on as well. So you suddenly just feel so alone and lost. But then at the same time, you kind of value things more. Like, you value the people that love you for you and are there for you. Yeah. So I'm kind of, as I said, I feel like I'm still in early stages. So I feel like I'm transitioning now to trying to see the good in it. But I mean, I spent I couldn't get out of bed for like a week when the video went up. You know, I just kind of was like stuck. I was just like, I can't come to work. I can't move. I didn't eat. I was just like frozen, because I was like, it just felt like my whole life was changed. Like, that's it. You know, so it was very heartbreaking. It was very kind of like, suddenly you feel like everyone hates you, which doesn't sound that bad, but when you experience it, it's really horrible.
The best thing about leaving religion is being true to myself and knowing that I'm not alone. I find comfort in talking to other people who've had similar experiences. I find comfort in finally making a decision for myself versus waiting for somebody who possibly waiting for a being that doesn't exist. I find it liberating to make my own decisions than a book guiding me. I think I have more power now than I ever did before. It's more freedom.
I feel I am a woman, but not like the way how they see it for me. I am now equal to the man. I am now having my rights. I am now doing what I want. Finally, you know, after this all of years, I am doing what I want. No one can stop me. I feel like I'm responsible to make this also reality for other women, not only in Arab country, in all this world. I believe in the women now. I believe in the feminist movement. I believe in all women have to be activists, helping each other to change this world. We are bringing the children to this world, not the man, you know.
The best part about leaving Islam is just the feeling of freedom, in the sense of like, you know, I finally feel like I can be good to people. I know it sounds really weird, but like, as a Muslim, I kind of felt like I had to not like gay people or like them, but just say to them that it's wrong. You know, you can't really do it. You're just going to have to live as a gay person and for the rest of your life and never be with anyone. And I would, you know, tell people like, you can't, you know, there's so many things that you can't do, all these restrictions. And now I feel like I can really just love people and just be like, do whatever what the hell you want to do, and like, this is freedom. Like, you can do what you want and be happy, and that's what matters. And being a really good person. People always say like goodness comes from religion, but it's like, no, if that was the case, then, you know, slavery would still be around and it would be fine and that would be good. So as I said, kind of that feeling of being what I think is just a good person.
Like, even when I did things as a Muslim, you know, I did good things as a Muslim. I gave in charity, or I volunteered my time, or I taught someone the Quran. It would feel good, but I wouldn't be happy about it. Like, now I can pet a dog and just be happy about it. And I don't know how to explain that because it's an emotion. I feel like it's very abstract, but it's just this pure sense of joy that I just never felt as a Muslim. I never felt it, not once, doing anything. And yes, I felt aloof. I felt like I was the best possible human that I could be. I felt superior to everyone around me, but I never for once felt happy. And I think that that says a lot about being indoctrinated from a young age and just not knowing a lot of the world.
Obviously, if you're in a Muslim bubble like I was, you're just hearing back, you know, it's like an echo. You're just hearing back the same, they're like, yep. In fact, most of the time I heard kind of more extreme things coming back to me, like, oh, well, you can't do that, or you have to wear socks when you pray. It's like, oh, okay. It's another kind of extremist thing. But yeah, when you go to university, for me, and I've heard this actually for quite a few people, that it's, you suddenly see all these different kinds of people.
Living in Australia was quite liberating because there were people who didn't expect me to wear hijab. It was a new identity that I had formed. People had never known me to wear hijab before. They wouldn't treat me differently because I wasn't wearing a hijab. It's a multicultural country, so I was introduced to more people that I didn't know, from different faiths, mostly atheists, but different cultures.
You know, even in this moment when I was in the middle of the sea between Turkey and Greece, I get feeling, even if I die in this moment, I am happy because I try to be free. I try to free myself. I try to have my rights, my freedom. I get the feeling and start to asking, but why I have to pay all this? Why it's really expensive? It's really hurts. It's really broken you from inside.
So yes, freedom cost me a lot, but at least I am satisfied that I am what I am. So now I can openly say, yes, I'm a woman and I'm a powerful. I can only hope she can find me via social media or via Facebook. One day I might see her. I'm not sure, there is very little hope because I know her father as well and my laws as well. So I don't know if they are letting her go to anywhere in order to meet me or search me from social media, because they are really religious. I'm not sure if she's supposed to use social media or Facebook as well. But yeah, there is still a little hope to meet her, to see her somewhere, so a mother can just see her daughter again.
I feel now I don't care. I am not afraid anymore. I can go to maximum limit. No one can stop me now. You know, I feel really I can be, even in politics, I can do something big because I believe now in myself. I am not afraid anymore. Sometimes they ask me, when you criticize Islam all the time, you're not afraid to be killed? I told him, if you get afraid for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's come the moment, this feeling, it's dying from inside. And that's happened to me.
I don't have any regrets. No, I'm okay with how I did things. I'm obviously okay with leaving Islam. I have my many reasons why, and I'm happy that I'm able to be a voice for people that aren't. As I said, I feel like, you know, I feel grateful in a way that I'm kind of not having people in my family who want to kill me. So I feel like because of that, I kind of have a duty to speak for people who do have that situation.
I think it's made me more happier than I have, but it's always challenging. So I've been more content, and I find that to be more valuable than a temporary happiness, because when you receive all the vile attacks, it always puts you down.
I'm currently doing my bachelor's degree, so I'm currently studying and working and doing all my activism. Again, 0 to 100 or nothing at all. But I'm doing my degree currently in social psychology, and I really, really want to work with young people. And I think my ideal role would be to work with either young Muslim girls or young Muslim boys, And I don't know how far I would get with young Muslim boys, but I also want to try my hand at de-radicalization. Like, I want to know how that works, because I mean, my process of de-radicalization, I feel like, wasn't conventional, even though that's not a conventional thing, but it wasn't conventional because it was just strangers asking me the right questions and making me think.
First of all, when you realize, when the guilt drops and you realize, okay, now I actually don't believe in it and there's nothing wrong with me not believing in it, then it has a freeing effect. And then that's the time now you want to do activism and you want to do something about it. I was already a journalist, and so when I came to the Netherlands, I'm like, I'm going to find out. You know, I'm gonna still do my poetry. I'm still gonna be doing ex-Muslim activism. I'm still gonna do something about FGM, and I can't talk about it too much, but I'm very busy with a very big research right now. Yeah, so.
I can't go back. But now here the situation is getting better. We are here in the Netherlands. I'm studying now. I'm studying international and European law. And I'm in my second year now. And my husband, he's working. He's a IT consultant, sorry. So he's working. We have a daughter now. We are getting back to the normal life. Things are getting better. Even though we can't forget our past, that's still there. But we do not talk to each other over past because it's really hurting. So my husband, he also doesn't speak a single word over past, and me too. But there is still something in our head. We both know that we cannot go back to our country, but still we have hope. Okay, one day we could see our children, we could see them, and we could tell them that what was the situation, why we are here, what we faced, and what we sacrificed. And we can not do anything in this situation except to going forward, to move on, to go ahead, and to live our lives with a little hope.
I wanted to share my story because basically I am one of those people who, unfortunately for me, kind of had my own journey in and out of Islam. And I lived my life as a Muslim for a good amount of years. And then I left. And I just wanted to share my perspective because I think there's a great amount of like ex-Muslim stories where people have left and, you know, these people were born into Islam, but there's also a percentage of people and, you know, who convert to Islam and actually leave. But the Islamist propaganda is kind of like, they like to pretend that so many people convert to Islam and then their lives are so much better. And look, I believe that probably is a case that some people have converted to Islam and they are very happy with their decision and they they feel it was the right choice for them. But I wanted to share my story of how I felt that the decision I made was completely wrong. And it did negatively impact my life, I think. And I just want to share my experience really and the reasons why I decided to leave, but also the reasons how I entered into the faith, because that's also important to discuss, because not everyone enters into a religion for the right reasons, and it's something that I think should be avoided. So I'll quickly document my story and I will try my hardest to explain kind of what happened to me and whatnot. So long story short, I grew up Catholic. And I actually grew up in a really tight-knit Catholic community in London, and I basically didn't really have any other friends of other faiths or family members. Yeah, so it was just, everything was just Catholicism. As I said, I went to Catholic schools. And then when I was like, I think I was 16, I actually left the Catholic school system and I went to just a normal sixth form. And that's the first time I was ever introduced to Islam, because before then I just knew about it from like the news, unfortunately. Just like that kind of classic media coverage, especially growing up, in the kind of in the wake of 9/11, really, really kind of colored my view on Islam from that perspective. So I just thought it was something quite scary. And I didn't mix with Muslim people, so I had no idea what it was about. I just thought it was something that was quite controversial. My family had no issues with Islam, but all we knew about, the only time we'd hear about it was like when there was a terrorist attack, which sounds terrible, but that's just how it was. Yeah, so I actually studied religious studies for my A levels, which is like kind of the education you do just before you go to uni in the UK. I ended up taking a class called religious studies, which I thought was religious studies, but it was actually just Islamic studies. I don't know why they just didn't write Islamic studies, but I guess because of the UK curriculum, they had to label it as religious studies. So I ended up in this class, and it was just basically, there was only like 5 non-Muslims in a class of like 30 students. And to be honest, I had never experienced the Muslim community before, and it struck me as being absolutely supportive, just so together, like they just had this strong identity. And in my case, it's quite important to note that I grew up in a household where I had a lot of issues. Not that I can really go into them here, but I had a lot of problems growing up, and I had issues around my own identity, and I didn't really have a happy childhood. Definitely didn't have happy teenage years. I mean, my teenage years were really bad for me, like I said, for a multitude of reasons. So I didn't feel like I really belonged with my own family. And as anyone who understands trauma and abuse would know, that that's going to create issues around identity and having a stable sense of self. And that definitely happened to me. I had no true sense of self. Discovered when I saw the Muslims in my class, like we would have discussions on things like euthanasia, and they would all have the same opinion. Like nobody had different opinions, which I found really, at that age, because I didn't have a lot of knowledge about the world yet, I thought the fact that they all thought the same way and they all had this wonderful like sense of togetherness. Like when we talk about euthanasia in class, they would all just say like it's wrong because Allah says it's wrong. And that was just the genuine sentiment, and there was no wiggle room. Everybody thought the same way. And I was really impressed by that in my young, impressionable mind, because I was used to, in my Catholic school, we had atheists in our class, like not everyone thought the same way. And all of this was building this really strong profile in my mind that this is like almost like a kind of gigantic family. And it was so attractive to me. Another thing was that I'd always been taught by society that the hijab was like something that they were forced to wear, and like, those typical stereotypical tropes you just think. But then I saw the girls in my class were like, they were like fashionable with their hijab, and they were actually wearing it, and they encouraged each other to wear it. And once again, it was that strong marker of identity that I was so attracted to. My teacher, who actually was a very, very lovely woman, and I would say she was one of the nicest people I ever met. And yes, she was Muslim, and she was, I'd say, a very spiritual Muslim. Like she was definitely not political at all, but she was very spiritual. And I had not been shown much kindness by people in my life I had friends that I knew, but from adults, I didn't really have anyone of I could look to. And she was one of the first people who just showed me kindness, and it made such an impression on me. And with Islam, everything good obviously comes from Allah, according to Muslims. So when you meet such a wonderful person, they will attribute that to Islam. When you see the togetherness, when you see the community, they attribute it to Islam. Now, I was too young, I guess, to really understand the multifaceted reasons why somebody is such a nice person. It makes someone a good person. It's not just one thing. But at that point, I don't think I was old enough to really understand that. So I just went with it. I was like, wow. But being Catholic, I had that problem in me that I was like, hold on a second. These people don't think Jesus is the Son of God. These people think Prophet Muhammad is the best man of all time, whereas I had grown up to believe that Jesus was like God incarnate, God walking on earth. And that admiration and love I had for Jesus came from like a genuine place in my heart. Growing up Catholic, any Catholics out there would understand that. Literally in school, they would we would cry every Easter over the crucifixion. We would do passion plays, and I would say the love and admiration Catholics have for Jesus, for Mother Mary, for the saints, wow, it's powerful. It kind of held me back, and I was like, no, I can't abandon Jesus, but Islam is looking really good. And then they would teach me about things like, the Quran is being perfectly preserved. And I was actually learning about this on my studies. Like, I was learning so much about Islam. Once again, those classic arguments that the Dawah people put forward. The Quran is perfectly preserved in comparison with the Bible, which is just, in their opinion, is just a mumbo jumbo. Nobody knows what's real. Nobody knows what's not. And these kind of things, before you've really done a deep dive inquiry into it, seem quite logical. So not only that powerful emotional thing was going on in me, now the logical side, or so-called logical, was starting to play on my mind as well. Like, maybe they're right. Maybe this is the verbatim word of Allah, of God. Maybe this is true. Maybe this is God's actual speech via Angel Gabriel to Prophet Muhammad. And then it was, it's never been changed. And now I understand how that's not actually an argument for something being divine, but back then it kind of started making sense to me. And then there were just things like the kind of, that when you're a woman and they tell you that, like Prophet Muhammad said that, heaven is under your mother's feet. Women are so venerated. There's a whole chapter in the Quran called Mary, which, as I said, being a Catholic, they know how to hook you in. Mentioning Mother Mary, that's going to hook you in. And all of these little things. And looking back, it was almost like, breadcrumbing. Like, they kind of give you these little bits, and they know the selling point to reel you in. But then obviously it's not, there's always that kind of Islam sprinkled over it. Like, they'll always attribute all these lovely things back to Islam. So anyway, fast forward, I went away with my class. We went to Turkey, Istanbul, for a couple of days because we were learning about, actually, I don't know why, but anyway, we went to Istanbul and we visited like all of the wonderful buildings there. It was actually a fantastic trip. It was amazing. And once again, what we were being told was, this is wonderful because, you guessed it, Islam. And I came back from that trip. I think Istanbul is a really lovely city. I was actually shocked because it was quite modern, actually. The European side where we were staying was actually pretty modern, but it had it's just a wonderful place to go. And I came back and I was just like, you know what, this to me is just wonderful. Like, I love it. But I wasn't ready, really, because I knew I was going to university, so I kind of wanted to enjoy university. So I looked into other things, and I came to the conclusion that I was an atheist because I couldn't decide between Islam and Christianity. And the more I looked into it, I kind of just saw that, like, the more I researched religion, I started seeing holes in the logic of believing in a God. So I just left religion altogether. And I spent the years of my university, pretty much just having a great time. I moved abroad, came back, and I had a wonderful time. I worked while I was abroad, and then I came back because I had to for my university. So I should really explain that I have issues with all my trauma from my childhood and everything. For so long, I was just like on go, so that I didn't think about it. And when I came back to the UK, I had a complete just breakdown, and I just was in a really bad place. I was very lonely at that point, and I couldn't go back to my family home for many reasons, and I was just desperate for a sense of family, a sense of belonging, and I started just going on dating apps to try and find someone. Very common thing to do when you have unresolved trauma. I ended up meeting someone, and this person happened to be Muslim, from a Muslim background. They told me that Islam was the answer to all of my problems. Everybody kept telling me it's because of the West why I had all these issues, and I decided, you know what, I'm gonna go for it, because I had worked so hard to study and live the life I wanted to live. And I didn't realize at the time it was because of my mental health that I had the issues I had, and my childhood trauma and just things out of my control, that I was kind of unlucky in that way, I guess, that it all just got too much, and I really just needed time to work through what I was going through, but I didn't know that at the time. Just him, lots of people were saying to me, the reason you feel this way is because of the West. Like, the West is a broken place, and Islam is perfect, and we don't have these issues in Islam. And all I could think of was those days when I kind of felt appreciated, wanted, the kindest people I'd ever met, the wonderful holiday in Turkey and everything. And I just thought, you know what, maybe they're right. And I was desperate. So I just said, okay, maybe this is from God, because I feel so at home with these people, with the beliefs, everything. So yeah, I just decided to give it a go. And at first you get this kind of rush of acceptance, and you just feel like, wow, like I've never felt so admired before. Everybody would just be congratulating me when I converted. Like, they would be saying, wow, like you've made the right decision. And I really just felt appreciated for the first time. So like, just now I finally had a family. Now I finally had people to call my own. And very quickly that all fell apart, because the same community that welcomed me with open arms then decided to start judging me like crazy. And I think when you convert to Islam, you convert for all the reasons I described. You feel like, okay, this religion is perfect, it's perfectly preserved, all these things you're taught. But then when you start actually living the life, you realize that, oh, this is not what I was kind of sold. This is so much different to what I thought it would be. And I mean, my life actually got even worse at this point. So I ended up kind of just blaming myself. And I was like, but if the religion is perfect, then it must be me, and I was just doing things on a surface level. I wasn't actually looking into the religion. I was just saying, it's me, it must be me, this religion is perfect, it's me. And very soon people started saying stuff to me like, you should be wearing the hijab, you should dress modestly, you shouldn't be talking to those men. And I just started to get really judged, and I felt like I just couldn't do the things I used to enjoy. But then I'd say, well, you know, I need to get closer to God, because that's obviously the shaitan, that's the devil whispering to me. So I did just that. I tried my hardest to get closer and research, but the closer I got and the more research I did, I started to uncover some really horrible things. Maybe I should go back a little bit. There was always one thing that never sat right with me about Islam, and that was their kind of bad attitude towards dogs. Like, obviously you can't keep a dog in the house in Islam, because there's a hadith that says wherever there's a dog in the house, you know, angels will not come in. So that really used to kind of irk me, because I'd always grown up having dogs. I love dogs. My dad had a chocolate Labrador, and she was just she really, really, you know, helped me during that depressive stage I was talking about earlier. She was literally the only thing that would get me up and out the door every day, like taking her for walks and stuff. So it really never sat right with me, but I guess I kind of, as all things, I did cognitive dissonance and just convinced myself somehow that no, there must be a logic behind it. And then I'd always say, well, at least you can keep a cat, but that's a different story. But at some point, I guess I got brave enough to kind of sit there and say, hold on, let me actually look into this. Because sometimes when you're like, I don't know, when your mind is telling you something isn't right, it's usually because something is wrong. I kind of just got brave enough to ask myself, like, is this actually true that, like, you know, dogs are some sort of bad thing that prevents angels from coming in? And I found myself kind of going down this rabbit hole of researching it and seeing that this was, I guess, a sound hadith, and it was the genuine consensus that dogs cannot live in the house. So something happened in me, which was like, I had two conflicting beliefs, and I couldn't hold both of them at the same time in my mind. So on one hand, I had this life experience knowing that dogs are life-changing, like they actually make people's lives better in so many ways, and they have helped human evolution. They were the first domesticated animals. So that was something I actually knew to be true. I had experience of that. And then on the other hand, I had the kind of so-called verbatim word of God and the example of the best man ever telling me that these animals were not to come in the house because they prevent angels from coming in. And at this point, I guess I had to give up one belief set. And if I gave up that belief about dogs, and there were many things like this is just one example, but if I gave up that belief on dogs, it was almost like I was lying to myself and I was deluding myself, like gaslighting myself. And I thought, you know what, I can't. So I was like, either one of these are not true. And I had, as I said, I had many problems like this. When I found out about the marriage to Aisha, who was a child, once again, there's no way you can justify it. So once again, if you say like, well, this example, you know, is wrong, the whole thing falls apart. Obviously, I had no one to talk to about this in real life. You know, I had no one to ask all these questions to, all these doubts I was having. So I went onto YouTube, I went to the internet, you know, shake Google, and I decided to type in, you know, did Prophet Muhammad really marry a 6-year-old child? And that's how I discovered the ex-Muslim community and figures who were so vocal and outspoken about these same doubts I had, but they had the answers and they had the proof. And then I started discovering even more stuff that the Prophet had done in his lifetime. And I just started to, that profile of the perfect man really started to fall apart. And yeah, there were just so many things. Slavery, the hatred towards polytheists and the hatred towards the LGBTQ community, the racism, the supremacy. And some people would say, you know, you can't leave, these are all moral arguments and morality is objective. But actually, I was like, hold on, morality is important. Trying to be the best person you can is important because it reduces suffering for other people. And if you're someone like myself who's been through a lot of suffering in ways, especially when I was a child, I know that it's so important to have that morality. And if God was loving and kind, he would not encourage those things. He wouldn't make those things divine and sanctify them. And I just very quickly, as I said, everything started to unravel. Everything just fell apart for me. And before I knew it, you know, I said to myself, I just don't think I believe in this anymore. I just can't hold on to this. And I think being a convert, there's a natural privilege that we don't have. Well, most of us, I'd assume, we don't tend to have that huge family behind us that's trying to keep us in the faith. But I kind of just quietly left the room, and I just decided to not tell anyone, like in my in-laws and stuff, because I was like, no, I don't want to cause trouble for myself, because I knew how passionate these people were about the faith. And I'd say as well, so many other reasons for me leaving were down to, I guess, the way I was treated, because people were being racist to me because I'm white. They were literally, oh, because I look white. I got sick and tired as well of hearing people say that, like, Western women are basically immoral and they wear basically no clothes, and we're so wonderful because we're modest. And it really started to offend me at some point, because I was like, but hold on, I grew up in this culture. Like, my family dressed like that, my friends dressed like that, and I don't think they're any worse than me or you. But there was just such this supremacist attitude that really started to put me off. I guess I always say Islam has a very good PR, you know, has very good marketing, and it's very good at drawing people in, and it's very good at making a case for itself. But when you live the reality, it's a different story. And when you find out more than just the surface, you know, fluffy stuff, it's something you just, if you're, you know, it's something it's very hard to cling on to. And I also want to caveat that and say that I still believe lots of Muslims who I meet are wonderful people, great people. You know, I know them still, and I wouldn't say a bad word about them. And I really don't think they know their religion as well as, like, the critics of Islam. I really think they are on that surface level. And I think they're taught to not follow their doubts from a very young age. So that stops them from that further inquiry. And that's why the internet has literally just changed the game, because now things that people didn't know about, and I generally don't think people do, now these things are becoming more common to know about, and just so easy to access and research, you know, all the negative things. And I actually think that's a healthy thing, because people should be able to make informed decisions about huge choices like joining a religion or continuing to be religious. But I think we should be allowed to speak about why we disagree with certain religions and historical figures. We should definitely be allowed to discuss that. Just because people hold someone in admiration and high regard, it doesn't mean they're off limits for discussion, especially if the things they did are considered to be like the worst of the worst in our society and in our culture. And that's where I'm kind of at now. I do share my story whenever it's safe to, like in real life. I would never encourage anyone to, like, because it's actually dangerous. That's the thing. It's dangerous to speak out about these things in so many places in the world. But wherever you're safe and able to do so, I think the discussion should definitely continue, and actually should go to even a more public place, because we need to be able to criticize like any religion, any ideology, and share our experiences, whatever those experiences might be. And that's just my little rant. But yeah, over time, you know, I ended up just leaving the whole thing, even leaving the relationship, just everything, because I realized that the lie that had been sold to me that Islam is a quick fix for all your problems was not true. And it was also not true that the West was to blame for my life. It's a multifaceted reason why things go wrong. And through leaving Islam, I was actually forced to do the work on myself and to go inside and try to introspect rather than try and make it about something else. And yeah, so that was my journey. This is a very quick summary of it, but that was my journey in and out of the religion. And I guess a quick summary as well of as why I don't believe in it and what caused me to stop believing in the belief system. I hope this was informative. This was just a very brief reason about why someone like me, what drew me to Islam, but what also caused me to leave. And if you watched, thank you so much for watching. And I wish everyone the best.
For me, it was utter and sheer anger and humiliation. I wasn't embarrassed that I had a period. I was humiliated that I was considered less than or not good enough just because my body was doing what it was meant to do. The law does say that a woman's value is that of half of a man. And this is Islamic law according to the interpretation. We are temptations to men. It is the woman's fault because she is providing that temptation. Not only was I visually a temptation, but so was my voice. If I were to speak in public, my voice was considered as blasphemy. So the minute a woman starts covering and menstruating, that's when she then becomes a temptation to men. Everywhere I went, I had to be veiled. The moment I would leave the confines of our home to any other place until I got to another place where there were only women. And so that was kind of the start of like, oh, I guess my childhood is over. I guess now I am officially becoming invisible. In the hottest desert of the world, to be covered from head to toe just made no sense. It was suffocating. It was suffocating, and I could not talk about it. Prior to me plotting all of this, there have been attempts that other young women have tried to escape. And the minute they got caught at the airport, they were sent back to their families. Some of them, honor killings were very much a thing. And in other cases, they just became prisoners of their own home. And so for me, I had to get really, really creative in finding ways to get that permission without him knowing what my ultimate plan was.
Hey, my name is Shalise Ansola, and this is Cults to Consciousness, where we discuss leaving high-demand religions or organizations and finding healing and independence through awareness and true individual sovereignty. If you're only listening and you want to see our faces, go to our YouTube channel. It's so awesome when you guys can like and subscribe and interact with the post. It really helps boost it to more people so others can become aware of these stories, your survivor stories, become advocates as well. And we just really appreciate seeing those words of encouragement for our guests who are sharing their stories. So today's guest, she reached out to us through our Jot form, which you can find in our About section if you are interested in becoming a guest on the show. She has written a book called The Last Sandstorm, which is a memoir about her life growing up as an Italian, Arab, and now American in Saudi Arabia, and how she was the first documented woman to escape Saudi Arabia without legal ramifications, and we'll get into more about what that means. So we are going to talk more about her life and everything that she had to endure growing up. So thank you so much for joining us, Jasmine Falk Dickerson.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate being here. I'm excited.
Yeah, we have so much to talk about, and your book was so beautifully written. Well done. I'm kicking myself for not being able to finish it before this recording, but we wanted to get this recorded sooner than later, so I'm definitely looking forward to going back and reading all of it, of course. Basically, what I find really interesting is how you kind of grew up with this dichotomy of cultures, and we're going to get into what that meant for you growing up, but essentially your mom was or is Italian, and then you have your dad who grew up in Saudi Arabia. And so I'm curious about how they came together and how this culmination happened.
Yeah, so definitely complex. So I always preface and say that I am the lucky or also challenged child of the first generation of children in Saudi Arabia who are products of non-fully Saudi marriages. What that means is when my dad was born, the recent iteration of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was just pretty brand new. And prior to that, there were, lots of historic context. I won't get into that, but a lot of different areas and tribes and regions. And so for the united part of the kingdom, it was really recently founded right around the time my dad was born, which was late 1930s. When my dad was in his early 20s, late teens, early 20s, he and a group of other very bright, intelligent Saudi men showed promise for building the country and sort of creating this new generation of very highly educated Saudi young men. And they were sent abroad to educate themselves and to kind of bring back everything they've learned from different parts of the world and build this brand new country. And this was before oil was, or right around the time that oil was found. So there was wealth coming into the country and this huge promise. And so my dad, along with a group of other friends, based on the choice of their field of study, which for my dad, it was architecture and interior design, was sent to Italy, of course, the capital of the world of art. And so there he was sent. Some of the other young men went to India to study medicine. Others went to the US for technology, and France and England. I mean, depending on the area of the field of interest that they were exploring, that's where they were sent. So my dad landed in Florence, where my mom is from. My mom was raised in Florence, grew up in Florence all her life, very Italian young woman of the 1960s. And at a party they met, and my mom was not supposed to be at that party either, because my grandfather was a very strict Italian man. And so they met at this party, fell in love, and I say the rest is history because I do go into details in the book, but basically their decision was to my dad to finish his education, then go back to Saudi Arabia and basically start a family there, not ever imagining that there was something kind of odd and bizarre about it, because there was no standard or any example for them to look up to, or for us as children to look up to, of who had done it before and what that looks like to be children of a very, very modern, liberal, basically capital of the world, a country like Italy, and from Europe, from the old world of so much rich history and so much progressive democracy. And then Saudi Arabia, not only a newly founded country, but also a very deeply conservative, traditional, religious part of the world that up until that point, not many around the world knew anything about. So that's kind of laying the foundation of what that looked like growing up.
Yeah. And you talk about in your book how at one point your mom almost said, never mind, because she's like, wait, what am I getting myself into? But was it just the love for your dad that kept her going and had her decide to officially go back with him?
Yeah, so I think my mom has more of an adventurous spirit than she will ever want to admit. I think she had a curiosity to explore, different parts of the world, and she's very, very intellectually bright and curious. And so I think there was part of that a challenge for her, but also there was kind of an intrigue and a curiosity. I'd like to assume that, the love that my parents had for each other was the reason why she felt really drawn to committing to this adventure. And honestly, she even says now that she had no idea what she was getting herself into, but she did not necessarily regret it or resent it. She actually loved the life that she ended up building for herself in Saudi Arabia. As the woman that was raised in the West, she had no issue with the changes and the adjustments. It was more so myself growing up as a young teenage girl and a young woman, and seeing the polar opposite worlds and just innately knowing that I wanted something different or something more. And also I had a lot more maybe thrust upon me as a young Arab girl in the expectation, and my father wanting to prove to society that he did do the right choice, and that he could raise proper Saudi children and young, Saudi women and Arab kids. And that even with our progressive educated approach and stance in society, we could still be very adhered to the society, cultural norms. And so my mom did not necessarily have the same pressures I did.
That makes sense. So I know something that we wanted to discuss so that we're not also blanket statementing or putting blame where it shouldn't. We wanted to discuss the difference between culture, race, religion, ethnicity, and everything that surrounded your childhood and your mom's life as well.
Yeah, that is one particular topic that I never thought I'd be talking about perpetually and nonstop, and that I would actually have the need to explain so often. So the part of the world that I come from does not really concern itself very much with the nuances and the details that the United States seems to be really concerned about. There tends to be a lot of focus here around race, understandably, because the history of the United States was built a lot on those kind of problematic, histories, or, we won't go into that detail, but obviously race played a huge part in how the United States founded itself, starting from the indigenous communities to obviously slavery. I don't want to speak on behalf of the rest of the world, but I can tell you where I grew up, I never ever remember talking about race, ever. They talk about race in a very different context. It's more about your heritage, your tribal connections, your sometimes origins. There's definitely a lot of prejudice around your origins as an Arab or as a non-Arab, as a Saudi, as a pure tribal person, as a non-tribal person. So there's conversations around that. But what I do know is that, again, growing up and studying, and my mom is deeply educated and, raised us with a lot of really strong knowledge and did not just depend on what we were learning at school. But race, ethnicity, and culture, and now we add religion and, citizenship, those are all very, very different things. Race is really what you identify based on your, I guess, race. Growing up, there was like either African or Black, European or Caucasian, which that also stems beyond Europe, includes also a big part of the Middle East. And then you have Asia, which, is both East and Southeast Asia. And then now we also have an awareness around indigenous and tribal areas. So my racial identity was never in question. My parents both belonged to the same racial identity, which my dad was Middle Eastern, or was, because he has passed away, but was Middle Eastern, my mom Italian, Southern Italian. But racially, we did not look like biracial children. We looked like bi-ethnic children. We came from two different ethnicities, i.e. the Arabs, and within the Arabs, there's lots of ethnicities. Within Europe, there's lots of ethnicities. Within really any kind of large community, there are different ethnicities. And then there's, of course, tradition, which impacts, what history has done with travel and with trade and all that. And then there's religion, which religion can change. It has no ties to your origin of nationality, of your racial or ethnic background. And so that was a shock to me when I came to this country, where people really wanted to pinpoint my racial identity. It was never anything I ever thought of. I have a very strong connection to my ethnic background. My mom Italian, my dad Arab, and I'm a bi-ethnic child, a bicultural child. But Arabs are not a race. They're a group of people that have different ethnicities and different races within them. You will meet Black Arabs, you will meet Asian Arabs, and you will meet Caucasian Arabs, not what America refers to as white, which we know only as Northern European or Western European. White falls under the category of the larger umbrella of Caucasian race. So I find myself having these conversations very often, because there is always this like either light bulb moment or aha moment where people are like, oh, and I appreciate and validate the need to really understand people so that we can, address discrimination and all that. But I've never had a problem with racism growing up, ever. Quite the opposite. I was too white maybe for being in an area that was a lot more tan or a lot more olive. And I'm very olive. But my coloring actually comes probably more from my mother's side of the family, the Southern Italian heritage, as opposed to my father's, which is Northern Arab. And they are definitely a lot fairer than most Arabs that are in the central or southern part of the peninsula, if you will.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for explaining that. And I think we wanted to kind of differentiate that, because we wanted to talk about your upbringing in a way that doesn't discriminate or doesn't create, I don't know if Islamophobia is the right word to use here, or doesn't create bigotry, because we don't want to blanket statement a whole group of people. We just want to talk about the ways in which you grew up, talk about the foundation which you were a part of, the culture that you were a part of, and how that impacted you. So do you have anything else to add before we kind of get into those specifics?
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. That's really important. And that's the reason why I bring this up. It's not because I'm attached to any particular identity. Truly, I don't care how people see me or how they label me or how they identify me. That does not concern me to the least. What I do worry about is how it does paint that very broad brush. When people hear that someone is either Arab or Middle Eastern or Muslim, they immediately assume that they fall under this exact same category of labels, and it is not like that at all. It's actually quite the opposite and far from that. And so thank you for highlighting that. And my goal certainly is always to educate. I am an educator, and so even though my personal experience has had a lot of very traumatic and problematic and concerning experiences, it was my experience and does not necessarily reflect the experience of every single person that may have had a similar background to mine and or is living a very different life based on their choices or the circumstances in which they find themselves in. So yeah, thank you for highlighting that.
Yeah. Great. So then let's talk about what your specific upbringing looked like. What was the fabric of the culture that you grew up in specifically?
Yeah. So when I was growing up in the 1970s, I was a young child. And even though I was feeling like there was something weird and odd and different about my life and about my upbringing, I could tell my mom did not belong to the area like most of the other women. I could tell, and my mom learned how to speak fluent Arabic, by the way, but I could tell that when she spoke Arabic, she didn't sound like all the other women. And my dad was fluent in Italian. At home, we spoke Italian, but outside of the home, obviously, it was mostly Arabic. And I knew there was something different about us. My parents never brought it up. They never talked about it. They never sat us down. It was just who we were. And we were also in a pretty solid group and community of other families like us, you know, a lot of Saudi dads married to Italian moms. And so we had our little community as well. Since most of us were far away from our Italian families, our grandparents, our aunts, our uncles, our cousins. And so, when we were in our little bubble, I felt like, okay, cool. Like we're all the same. But when I went out in society, I could tell that there was a huge difference. And so as a child, it didn't trouble me as much as I always worried that I was going to lose my mom because she didn't belong there. Totally irrational. But again, this is a child that's trying to reason with something that did not seem like the norm. And so I always worried about this. Any moment around the corner, I was going to lose my mom. This was until I hit my tween years, right before, you know, becoming a teenager. Then I started to really see how differently women were treated, what the laws were saying, what the expectations were, and just slowly started to notice that my existence was very, very obviously being kind of isolated and closed off and hidden. And there was no place for me to be out in public. And this is, again, as a tween child. So I knew something was really off. And so I struggled with feeling like I was becoming a woman in a society that did not necessarily see me and validate me at all. And this is not just the culture and the tradition, but the law as well, because the law does say that a woman's value is that of half of a man. And this is Islamic law according to the interpretation of the region. And this is a lot of Islamic countries that, you know, by law, a woman in an inheritance takes half of what a man gets. That if there was a crime and there was a witness, one man is the value of two women. So and this was said to us just very casually. This is just how it is. It wasn't like I'm schooling you and teaching you, or can you imagine this is how it is? It was just like, this is, and everyone around me seemed to be okay with it. I had a really hard time processing that.
Yeah. And you mentioned that the first time that you were told to do something that was specific to the culture was around 9 or 10 years old, right?
Yeah. So when young women develop and become, you know, young ladies, if you will, when you get your period, essentially is when you become a woman in society. And there's immediately the expectation of covering. You have to wear the abaya, the cape, the veil, covering your face, all of those things. So I went to a private school. It was it was girls and boys, but they were separated. They were not co-ed. So up until second grade, girls and boys were together, and then in the girls section. And then after second grade and third grade, the boys would move on to the boys section. So we were definitely separate. So at school, even though we wore uniforms and it was extremely traditional in that sense, long sleeves, long skirts, there was a monitor, a female, a woman on the women's side of the school that watched girls go in and out of the school every single day, every single girl that went in and out of the school. And she would assess when a girl started to look like she was developing or developed or a little too womanly.
Whoa.
And she would immediately point to the girl and say, tomorrow you come to school veiled, covered from head to toe. Like you are ready. Didn't matter if she got her period or not. It was just based on what she looked like. And so every day I would go in and out of the school, and my mom taught at the school. She was an English teacher at the school, and my sister went to school with me. And so I would always try to go in and out of the school, sort of hiding behind my mom and my sister, even though I was tall, but I was skinny. I did not want to be noticed because I was terrified that I would be called out. During this time, I also got my period. I was about 10. I got my period, and I did not disclose it to anyone because I knew that the minute it was out, I was now a woman. And even though, again, my parents have a very different kind of perspective on how they raise their daughters, they still have, an obligation to society and an expectation. And this is during a time when society knew everything about everyone. So I did not disclose. I figured it out on my own, in my own little 10-year-old self. It was not easy, but even my mother, who I was deeply close to, I did not disclose this to. And I went a whole year figuring it out, but no one knew that I had gotten my period, and I was essentially developed. And then my sister, who's a year and a half younger than me, got her period the next year, obviously like clockwork. And, she was kind of excited. I mean, she's a lot more feminine and a lot more comfortable in her own kind of self in that way. And so she announced it, and everyone was like, whoa, okay, well, I guess, yeah, I mean, Jasmine's a little skinny and underdeveloped and all that. And, but then I knew that my secret was going to run its course. And so the month after, when I got my period, I was like, oh, me too. And so now we both got our periods. That same month we went to school. And that monitor lady that was watching all the girls going in and out saw my sister and pointed at my sister and said, okay, tomorrow you come veiled. She said nothing to me though. And I'm a year and a half older than her. So I got in the car and I was kind of relieved. I didn't want to rub it in because it was my sister. Get home. My mom says to my dad, it's time. May was my sister's May, and they told her she has to come veiled. And my dad goes, okay, well, we'll go shopping for the abaya, which is the cape, and the veil, and we'll get one for Jasmine too. And I was like, whoa, why? And he's like, well, you can't go around the older sister not covered when your younger sister has to cover. And so that was kind of the start of like, oh, I guess my childhood is over. I guess now I am officially becoming invisible in society because everywhere I went, I had to be veiled. The moment I would leave the confines of our home to any other place until I got to another place where there were only women, I had to be veiled all the time.
Okay.
This is age 11.
Can we talk about the significance of this? Because I'm wondering if this is specifically like a cultural thing, if it's a law thing, if it's just an expectation, if it's part of the society that you're in, like the bubble of a society, or was it just everywhere? That's how it was.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, and it's important because people now have a very different vision and idea and impression of that part of the world. And it is a little different now. When I was growing up in the 1970s and 80s and 90s, this was the law. It was the tradition. So it's a mixture of law, tradition, and religion. Mm-hmm. Some Muslim countries apply a very different approach to the Islamic teachings and laws. Some separate it a little bit. Some, create this perfect relationship between both tradition and religion. Saudi Arabia, like a couple of other countries in the region, went very, very deep, extreme application of both the religion, interpretation of the religion, but also tied to their cultural, tribal, and traditional values. And so it's really hard to decipher what influenced what, because prior to the 1970s, it was always a very conservative area, but there was also a lot more norms in terms of tradition. Bedouin women had some authority. They had matriarchal areas where they did the work. Or if you look back at history, also there were a lot of strong women in the area. Not as many as the West, of course, but there still is in history evidence that women were not always deeply submissive. I'm not sure what happened in that region during that time, but my belief is that there started to become a greater invasion of Western ideology, Western presence, especially with the oil. A lot of areas there started to feel a little threatened, and probably amped up some of the traditional values and some of the expectations. And, using women usually is the easiest way to go. But I'm not a scholar of the religion. I was raised Muslim. I do not practice Islam. I don't practice any religion. I'm not a scholar in the sense that I can tell you all the details. I can tell you that there have been many interpretations of the religion. I'm very well versed in how it was taught where I grew up, which was fundamentalist. And so that's what I would think would be the closest reasoning behind, differentiating what that was. Was it tradition? Was it religion? I think it was just a combination of all the things that then tied very much to, obviously, politics and power and all of that, which we don't necessarily need to get into, but they do definitely intertwine very, very comfortably.
Right. So is the purpose of this veil to keep you from the gaze of men? Is it to keep you invisible, like you said? Or what was your interpretation of that as a 10-year-old?
Well, my interpretation was what I was told, which was we are temptations to men. We are, if a man feels any kind of temptation, which he naturally will, it is the woman's fault because she is providing that temptation. Not only was I visually a temptation, but so was my voice. If I were to speak in public, my voice was considered by the, again, religious interpretations as blasphemy. So it's a sinful blasphemy, temptation, all the labels that you can think of. So it was essentially a sexual tool, the voice of a woman. So the minute a woman starts covering and menstruating, that's when she then becomes a temptation to men. It always was tied to men and sexual pleasure and, sin.
Wow. Was that confusing to you as a 10-year-old? Because I'm assuming they also didn't teach you about safe sex or consent or boundaries or any sort of sexual education, yet they're also at the same time objectifying you and telling you that you need to be covered or else you're going to tempt a man. Did you have any understanding of what that meant?
Again, I was lucky because I had an incredible parent at home, my mom, who was, Western and had a different education and different mentality. And even though she tried very hard to make sure that she wasn't necessarily exposing us to things that we shouldn't be troubling ourselves with, we talked about it. We talked about, sex education and where babies come from and all of that, because nowhere else would you be talking about that. No, society only told you that you basically, your goal was to grow up to be a proper woman, a virgin, extremely pure. And then, when you're blessed with the perfect husband, that's where you just kind of give yourself to that husband purely and fully and committedly, and then, have children and raise a family. That was pretty much what was inculcated in my mind growing up, was this is what the goal, and this was not from my home. And I will say, I think the hardest thing for a lot of people is where they grow up in these types of societies. It usually is in the home as well. My conflict and where my story ends up being a little unique is that this was not the norm in my home. It was the societal norm, which put pressure on our family to perform and to respond to what the expectations were, which made it 10 times more confusing for a child like me.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think my biggest problem with this is just the sexualization of a child, of a 10-year-old. And it seems like, from my perspective, once you give this child a veil, it's almost like a target. Like, now they're supposed to be aware of themselves in a way that could entice a man. And it bothers me because they're just a child. Absolutely.
Yes. And I will say that from the age of probably about 12, 13, that's, again, when I was growing up, that's all girls talked about, was just when the moment would come that the right, person would come and propose. And again, these are arranged marriages also for the most part. The marriages that were not arranged were definitely secretly set up, if you will. But traditionally, marriages are arranged for the most part between families. And that's what kind of girls aspire to. Now, I will also say that it is a very educated part of the world. Women are educated. They do go to school. They do go to high school. Many of them go to college. When I was in high school, that definitely was what a lot of the girls around me, my friends, were thinking of, that junior, senior years, like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get engaged. I need to be exposed. I need to be out there. So essentially, yes, they don't talk about sex necessarily, but it is the value you place upon yourself is how you will then become the product that is meant to, be given to a man.
Yeah. Growing up with a mom who was more on the progressive side because of her upbringing, obviously, and she was kind of forced to conform into this way. You said she was really happy to live that lifestyle. Did you notice any sort of conflict or back and forth in her mind of wanting to maybe dress a certain way but not being able to, and and kind of feeling stuck, or did she just fully embrace it?
Oh, that's such a great question. So my mom, I think aesthetically, none of the traditional norms bothered her. I mean, she comes, even though she was raised in Florence from, the infancy, my grandparents, my Italian grandparents are from the South, so a lot more traditional. And so she grew up with a pretty traditional dad, my grandfather, who was, very modest and did not put up with a lot of, progressive or liberalized behavior for women. But so the clothing and the aesthetics, I don't think bothered my mom. I don't think she was troubled by the veil. I don't think any of that bothered her, how she dressed or how she conducted herself. I think where it became a little challenging for her was in the time that she was thinking more, like the intellectual stimulation. My mom is also a product of the New Age wave, so she was really into a lot of the New Age teachings. So cults in different ways, but and I subscribe to a lot of the New Age schools of thought very cautiously, but there was a lot of interest in a lot of those very mind-opening approaches to conversation, to self-realization, to purpose. And so I think that's where she struggled a little bit. It was more of the intellectual stimulation that she was seeking, and the freedom to be able to talk about some of these things, because it is very taboo. You do not question anything relating to religion. When I was growing up, you could not talk about any other religion or philosophy or way of thinking. It had to be all exclusively tied to fundamentalist Islam. So for my mom, it was growing up, I didn't, I knew there was something off, but then when I was a teenager, we talked a lot more about it. And she did give me a lot of opportunities to just vent my frustrations or my concerns, but it was always like in this room with the doors closed. We don't go out there, talk about this. Do not, don't share these thoughts with anyone else.
Okay. So what were some of those thoughts, frustrations, and concerns as a teenager that someone who living in that area would have to deal with?
Well, the fact that every summer we would go to Italy and see boys and see life, open and free, still very, very on a very short leash next to our dad or our brother or, our mom. It wasn't like I was dating in Italy or running around with boys or anything like that. It was definitely very watched, but I could see a very different life. Of course, we watched American movies, we watched TV shows, all of that. So I knew there was a world out there that looked a certain way. And then I knew what the reality of my world at home looked like, which was deeply devastating, not just for a teenage girl wanting to meet boys and get to know boys, but also just for being able to express my thoughts. I questioned a lot of things about the religious teachings. I was very, very enamored with dance and music, and I just absolutely loved playing music. But then in the fundamentalist teachings, they tell you that music is a sin. So at every corner you turn, your teachers would say, no music, that's a sin. Haram, which is a sin. You can't play music. Every time the prayer call, we heard the prayer call, which was 5 times a day. You had to turn everything off. You had to adjust your behavior, your conduct. And then when you're in public, any way or even around just a group of women, you're watched and judged all the time if you're a proper Muslim woman or not. Have you started wearing a hijab? Because we cover because it's mandated by law. But the hijab, which is just where women cover their hair, it's a religious devotional act. And it is an act that once a woman commits to doing it, it becomes sort of her way of devoting herself fully to her, Islamic faith. Not all women openly or enthusiastically commit to that. I wasn't one that did. No one questioned it because they just assumed you covered when you went out in public. So no one knew who was, muhajjaba, wearing a hijab or not. And I know here they say hijabi. That is incorrect. It's muhajjaba. But then there's always that question, that pressure, at 13, 14. Oh, who's a muhajjaba now? Who decides to wear the hijab? So there was this competition of who was like fully devoting. And I felt always out of place because I just did not feel like I wanted to pray 5 times a day. I wanted to, wear the hijab. I wanted to not talk to guys or think about boys or wear long clothes all the time. None of that not only made sense to me, but it actually was suffocating. It was suffocating and I could not talk about it.
Yeah. And all those things that you mentioned seem more of like the social side, but did you religiously believe in the doctrine?
No. I did not. And I always remember asking my mom, like, if there is a God, why would he be so cruel? Why would he create all these people? And then, well, first of all, why would God show you all these wonderful things and then take them away from you? From women, it was pretty much all of it. From men, it was like some of it. Because I will also say that, yes, a lot of this was hard on women, but on men too, because this is not a normal life for men either, even though they had the freedoms and, all and the power and all of that. But for women, especially in the hottest desert of the world, to be covered from head to toe just made no sense. I do not know the outside of where I grew up as much as, maybe men did or Western people did, that they got a chance to travel and to see it, because I had to be covered everywhere I was. So that to me was really hard, was coming to terms with the fact that I was to be completely quiet, submissive, silent, invisible. And then also to be told that, you're putting in all this work at school, but pretty much there were only 3 or 4 professions that were allowed for me to explore, teacher, because they needed teachers for women's sections, working in a bank, which was also segregated. There was a women's section and men's section. So if you're doing business, you needed to be able to talk to women, doctors and nurses. That's pretty much it. When I was growing up, those were the professions that you could consider as a woman, and everything else was not available to me. So no other ambitions you could think of. So that to me was very tied, not just to the culture and the tradition, but also to the religion, because it was all intertwined. If I was out and about with friends and let's say I had nail polish on, they would immediately say to me, "Oh, you're on your period." And I know you're wondering why the connection. Well, the connection is that when you pray 5 times a day, you're supposed to wash 5 times a day before the prayer. And if you have nail polish on, water does not clean your nails and does not penetrate every part of you to wash you properly. And so if a woman's wearing nail polish, she will not be cleaned properly to pray properly. And so you have to remove your nail polish, wash, pray, and then do it all over again. But when women are on their period, they are considered impure and unclean, and their prayer is not welcome. It is not received. And so women during their period at least get a respite from praying 5 times a day. But the reason why is very, very degrading. It's very, it's shaming the woman. You're on your period. No one wants to get close to you or touch you because you're essentially dirty or filthy. So during your period, so if women have their nail polish on, it's because they're probably on their period and they can't pray. They can't touch the Quran either. You cannot touch the Quran. I remember being in the classroom and we'd have to all study, we had a subject, we all had to study Quran. And all of a sudden I would see some of my friends grabbing the Quran with tissues because they couldn't touch the Quran. And we immediately know, oh, she's on her period because she can't touch the Quran.
Wow. Going as far as to saying you can't even touch a holy book, that must feel so isolating and degrading, like you said, and also embarrassing, even just as a teenager growing up in regular American schools, I would say that it was embarrassing. You didn't want anyone to know you were on your period. But when there's such an outward expression of what you can and can't do when you're on your period, that must have felt so embarrassing as a teen.
Yeah, embarrassing was probably the least emotion I was concerned with. I know that that's what some of my other friends who were a little more liberal like me, my sister, I think there was more embarrassment attached to it. For me, it was utter and sheer anger and humiliation. I felt so humiliated because I felt like I wasn't embarrassed that I had a period. I was humiliated that I was considered less than or not good enough just because my body was doing what it was meant to do.
Yeah. So these messages are really hitting home for you. They're really sinking in a way that is creating so much shame and guilt within your persona.
100%. Because at the same time, your mind is thinking about other things. Your mind is thinking about, what if this world is the world that I lived in? What if I just had the freedom? And, I will say there was a lot of sexual frustration, social frustration, all the things that normal teenagers feel, all of those were felt around me. I knew many of my friends felt that way. I knew that they made choices that were not the wisest, got themselves in trouble, whether it was, dating secretly or meeting boys or losing their virginity. I mean, there were some very, very concerning, corrupt and scary behaviors that were going on around me. I have no problem to confess if I ever fell into that, but I never did. I had zero temptation because I felt like I owed my parents to be, better than that. I felt like I did not want to necessarily, my parents were good parents and we had, a good home. And I had a lot of sense of self-worth and dignity that I did not feel like going that extreme would be the choice. And I will say I'm probably one of very few in my circle of friends that really held off on any kind of temptation. Some of them were as benign and as innocent as talking to boys on the phone secretly to literally losing their virginity. I was nowhere on that spectrum at all. I just really held it together with so much frustration and so much resentment because it just wasn't right. It wasn't normal. But I also didn't want to put myself in any kind of jeopardy, because if that ever went out, a girl is destroyed. There is no future. There is absolutely no future. No marriage, no nothing. So, you know, what is my best scenario here? And so I was very, very cautious with, you know, making decisions that were not going to be a detriment to myself, to my present, and to my future.
Mm-hmm. Can we talk about that more as far as the marriage being the sole purpose of a woman? Because it's seeming like, from what I'm understanding, is that if you don't get married, you're kind of stuck. And so what is the trajectory of a woman? What are the ways in which she is supposed to follow in order to get assigned a husband, or the whole courtship process? And how would it destroy a woman if she were, let's say, caught texting and she weren't seen as pure or clean anymore?
Yeah, great question. And I always, and I mean, I will say this a couple of times here as well, that I speak to my experience when I was growing up there. We're talking 70s, 80s, and 90s. Things have changed in recent time. I am not speaking to what the current social appropriate, you know, expectations are. I have no idea. So I don't know. I'm not speaking on behalf of now. I've been gone for 25 years. But when I was growing up, okay, so here's how it was broken down. Girls went to weddings and funerals with their moms and their aunties and, you know, and their family and their friends, so that they could be seen by a prowling potential future mother-in-law or older sister, or because that's where they were looking for girls for their males in the family. Oh yeah, at funerals too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mostly weddings, because that's when you're usually all dolled up, is at a wedding. And then young girls who are not married tend to have, there's a time during the wedding where, and again, these are segregated. Everything is segregated socially there. So there's a moment where, you know, music is played. It's live music. It's very traditional music. And young women will just dance just to be seen. And usually it's the hair. The hair has to be really long and really flowy. And you really show the best of your essentially aesthetic gifts. That's how, you know, girls are seen. So a mother-in-law, a future mother-in-law, a mother of a boy would see that, and she'd be like starting asking questions. Who is that girl? Who's her family? And so step one is, okay, is she aesthetically pleasing? Step two is, who's the family? Are they a family we're wanting to associate with or not? And so if it's like, yes, we do, then okay, great. Well, step two, is she engaged? Is she not engaged? And then the formality of proposal happens. Usually the mother goes and speaks informally to the mother of the male, speaks informally to the mother of the female, pays them a visit, and, you know, just says we're, you know, there's language around it, but essentially it's like, we're interested in, you know, maybe considering this pairing. And the moms don't say yes or no. They just basically take the information and then share with the dads, the husbands. And then if it's like, okay, everything is aligning, then the males have this kind of formal meeting where it's like the formal asking of the hand. If all goes well, in very traditional families, the girl and the boy never see each other, not until the night that they are going to sleep together.
Whoa.
This is in very traditional settings. And all of my cousins got married that way. In modern families, a little more progressive families, then the parents will allow for the bride and the future bride and groom to meet, to get to know each other, to have an engagement. During that time, though, they can only see each other and be together with a chaperone, either the mom of the boy or the mom of the girl. And so for them to be alone and be able to basically go shopping and buy or, you know, rent a house or buy a house or whatever, and buy furniture and build a future together before they get married, they have to essentially be legally married. So they have to sign a contract called a milka, which means now we have transferred ownership of the child, of the girl, from her dad to her husband. And the word milka literally means ownership. The word melik is king, which means a king owns his kingdom. And so the word mulk comes from owning. And so this ceremony is called the milka. Some people make a big deal out of it. It's a huge party. Other people don't. It's just this legal piece of paper. And it's also very regional. Some areas do not do the milka at all. They just do it all at once. And during this time, they can kind of be together, but they do not sleep together. They are just legally together without being in the eyes of God sinful, because they're alone. And so then after that is the big wedding. But that's kind of the traditional path that was around me. All of my friends pretty much followed that path. I followed that path. You know, every young woman looks for that for different reasons, but that's pretty much the trajectory. I would say for the large majority, that trajectory is just what they're excited for, what they're looking forward to. For me, it was the only way that I knew I would gain some sense of freedom and independence, even though, you know, it was very minimal in comparison to the independence that I really wanted. But for the most part, I was able to at least have some say based on who I was choosing to marry.
Yeah. Something that stood out to me as you were telling that story is how at weddings there's music, dancing, and your hair is out. And I was like, wait, aren't those all against the rules? And so is that kind of the one exception where you can be seen, or where you're expected to be seen in some sort of beautiful, maybe even sexual way to attract a partner?
I am so impressed that you caught that, and I'm so grateful that you did, because music in and of itself is sinful only if there are string instruments. If it's drumming or vocal, it is not a sin. But any other instrument that is considered, I guess, Western instruments is considered a sin. Now, that's not to say that it's not available, because I don't know if you're familiar with the oud, but that's a very traditional Arabic instrument. It's very similar to the lute. There is music there. There have been, you know, TV shows and movies and musicians and very famous singers, mostly men at the time. Now there's some women, but they played instruments. If you hit a wall with an Islamic scholar or a devout Muslim, they will tell you all of it is sinful. You can only use a drum and you can only use your voice. So at weddings, it was pretty much only vocal and drumming.
Oh.
That's the music that was there live in traditional weddings. Now, in modern weddings, they also had, you know, recordings. So there was also more music, and it was all recorded. It was like, you know, on stereo or DJs. At the time, you know, DJs were a thing, and they were all women. So you would hear modern music played in modern weddings, but it was only women. And yes, they had to show the best of it's like you're saving all this for a reason. Now you get to flaunt it so that you can obtain that ultimate goal.
That's so interesting, because I would imagine growing up in a society that from the age of 10, you were told that you are a sexual being and you can't tempt men, it would be a little bit scary to kind of take off that mask and to present yourself in a way that's opening you up to the gaze of men that could potentially be dangerous. Did you feel that way at all?
Yeah. So I personally did not feel that way, because my parents had a very different approach to that circus, if you will. So my parents didn't necessarily put that kind of pressure on me. They did not necessarily make me feel like I had to perform or go out there and be found. Not at all. My parents actually were not of the idea that women should get married very young, that definitely not marry our cousins, because all of my cousins were marrying their cousins and all of my friends were marrying their cousins. So that was a line that my parents drew. So no cousin marriage, no getting married super young, fresh out of high school. So I didn't feel that pressure. That's not to say that during that time, from the age of 15, 16, people were not knocking on the door. You know, it sounds very conceited to say that, but that's just the cultural norm. That's just how they did things. It's like, okay, they're knocking on the door, and they don't necessarily want the marriage to happen right away, but they're like, oh, she's a catch. We're going to make sure that we can at least lock her in. And so I didn't feel that pressure because my parents didn't put that pressure on me. The pressure that I felt was in making a decision that would be the least of two evils, if you will. Evil is not necessarily the right word, but maybe it is. I felt the pressure and put the pressure upon myself to find that man that I was going to then allow to come knocking at my door, because he had to meet a standard that I had, which was he had to be modern. He had to be open-minded somewhat. He had to have, you know, a somewhat similar approach to how my family views the world. I could not marry a traditional man that then expected me to just be, you know, barefoot and pregnant at home or at his service, just being the wife. So that's where I felt more of the pressure.
Okay. And how did you end up finding this man?
Well, yeah, so I do go into details in the book, but essentially a friend of mine who was also like me, mixed, you know, her mom was British, her dad Saudi, had a lot more of a freedom meeting guys and talking to guys. Her parents were a little more comfortable. My parents were definitely a little more reserved and traditional. And so she met this guy through family, friends. I mean, again, it was like all the family, they met him, and he had just come back to Saudi Arabia after living in the US. His dad was a diplomat, his mom, both his parents Saudi. He was born in the US, and he grew up there till he was about 13. And now we're 16, 17. So he had just come back. And so when she met him, she was like, oh my gosh, I think this is the right person for Jasmine. Of course, when I met him, it was fine. I did not fall madly in love, but I thought to myself, this has to be the kind of man I have to end up with because he kept saying he wanted to go back or he wanted to leave Saudi Arabia. And, he didn't want a wifey and an obedient woman and like all the things. I was like, okay, this will be the right man for me. And so at 16, 17, I was like, okay, I guess this is it. And so for 3 years, we talked on the phone secretly. My mom knew, my brother knew, but my dad was, I didn't want to upset him. I don't know that he would have been upset, but I just, waited because his biggest fear was that we would get married young for all the wrong reasons. And then we followed the trajectory of everyone else. His mom came and spoke to my mom. His dad came and officially proposed. We had our little formal engagement. We were chaperoned when we were together. We did the milka, that ownership ceremony where I wasn't even involved, but the men were. And it's hard because then there's the dowry involved. So it's almost like you're purchasing the girl. And my dad just did not like and conform to that. It was really hard for him. I was his first daughter getting married. And so I know it was emotional for him, but it had to be done. And so I stayed in that marriage for 6 years. We traveled a lot, but I knew I did not want to have a child with him because I knew he was probably not going to be the man that I was going to be with the rest of my life. And there was a lot of pressure to having a child because you're married now. His family wanted a grandchild, wanted nieces and nephews. And I just bought myself time because if I had kids, I knew I would never be able to leave ever, ever, ever.
Yeah. And I think you mentioned in your book in detail about the ways in which the marriage slowly started to change and you didn't get the guy that you initially thought you were marrying.
Yeah, very much so. So the more time passed, the more we both matured because we got married when I was 19 and he was 20. So children. Mm-hmm. So as we both matured, I was becoming more radicalized in my feminist belief and in my own sense of self-worth. He was becoming more attached and more traditional. So we definitely drifted apart deeply and immensely because he was now starting to feel a lot more committed to the lifestyle, a lot more attached. He was doing well with his work. He was, very close to his family. And meanwhile, I was like, this is just getting worse. And thinking to myself, I mean, at this point, what do I have to lose? What do I have to lose? I cannot be here. I cannot live this life. And so we did drift apart and I forcefully, wanted a divorce. And then in the meantime, I started plotting my infamous escape. My idea was to move to Canada, essentially to be with one of my childhood friends who was also in the book, and just kind of run away and go to her and then figure things out. But while I was plotting this escape and while I was getting, my act together, I fell in love with an American man there. And that was beautiful, wonderful, and extremely difficult. And, for all the reasons, first of all, because, my family would have never, ever been okay with me marrying a Western man. He was a lot older than me. He was not a Muslim. There are all these things, but at that point I was like, what do I have to lose? So I proceeded with my plan to leave, but then he became a part of that plan as well.
Yeah, and I want to get into how you were able to actually escape. First, I'm wondering, did your husband at the time know that you were kind of drifting away and plotting to leave?
So he and I talked a lot about leaving, period, whether it was to another Arab country that was a little more modern and progressive, or whether it was going back to the US, which is what he wanted. I didn't necessarily have an attachment to the US. I'd come to the US and visited with him. Like we went to Disney World and New York where he grew up. But America was not necessarily my ultimate goal. Obviously I was attached to Europe and to Italy, but I didn't care as long as we were leaving that, oppressive environment. But again, as he got more comfortable in his job, and then his mom got really sick, and she was fine after that. But during that time, she really guilted him into, what if I die? I'm not going to see my grandkids. And it was like very dramatic, very, very typical, manipulative. And that really created a wedge between us. And, and the pressure of having a child. And I said, I flat out told him, if we had children, it would not be in this country. It would be in the West. I'm not going to have children here. I wouldn't do anything. And I said, I understand that, but I can't do that. And so that's how that marriage started falling apart. It was obvious to both of us. We just started to have very, very different goals. We recognized that we should have probably just dated and been probably girlfriend and boyfriend for a few years. A wonderful first relationship. He was a good man. He was a kind man. But our priorities had shifted completely. The way he envisioned his life was way more in alignment with the traditions and the culture. And he was also pretty religious, not to the extreme that he forced me to cover and abide by those really fundamental laws, but enough to where there was the expectation that I had to pray 5 times a day. There was the expectation that when we traveled to other Arab countries, I wore a hijab, didn't have to cover my face or wear the cape, but I had to cover my hair so that I came across as a proper Muslim wife. That started to really feel very off from the original plan. And I could not continue with that. And I look back and I think, wow, as young as I was, I'm kind of grateful that I had a sense of clarity that I did not lock myself in with having a child or really succumbing to all of his expectations.
Yeah. And I want to get into why it's such a big deal to essentially escape the country and the laws around that and why it's so difficult. Because as I was reading your book, I was thinking, oh, wow, there's a lot to this. You can't just get on a plane and go. So can we talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So women did not for the longest time have their own ID. My ID when I was growing up was always under my guardian, whether it was my dad, whether it was my husband. I did not have my own ID or my own passport or any of that. Eventually, I was able to get my own passport, but again, always under the premise that it is tied to my guardian's, legal status. So that's that. So based on that, women can't just up and go. There's no way for them to legally exist. Women didn't drive either. They didn't start driving till 2018. I came in 1999. So during that time, there was no place for a woman to have any sense of freedom to go to any public office or to seek anything, even divorce. If you were seeking divorce, you had to have really, 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 really very valid reasons and it's impossible. It's just not set up for women to find, what's rightfully theirs. So what women needed was a written permission with a seal from their guardian that they have permission to travel, what that travel entails, where they're going, and how long they'll be gone. And so that was, and this is like, even if you're traveling internally, but especially externally, if you're leaving the country, especially. So based on that, I knew that I had to come up with a plan. I had to figure out how am I going to be able to put things together and essentially not get caught. Now, prior to me plotting all of this, there have been attempts that other young women have tried to escape. And the minute they got caught at the airport, they were sent back to their families. Some of them, honor killings were very much a thing. And in other cases, they just became prisoners of their own home and they became bound to a life of servitude in the home and never be able to leave, not even to go to school or work or anything like that. So that has happened. It's been, it's been documented. It's happened. It's practiced. It's happened to lots of women. So there's always some kind of risk in putting yourself in a situation where multiple sources will come down hard on you. Now, in cases of women that have families that are somewhat progressive or, really invested in the well-being of the daughter, they will not kill them. But it is a huge shame for the family. Like the family then has to live with that shame, with that. So there are very few cases where some of my friends growing up, their dads were a little less concerned than my dad was. And they were like, whatever, we will send our daughters abroad to go to school. So they would sign the permission, send them to school. Many of them were educated in the US and they, they lived a fairly, normal life, if you will, as normal as can be, going back and forth, but still having that freedom. But that was sanctioned by the dad, by the guardian, by the family. And it was frowned upon. I mean, those girls definitely, society talked about them. And so my dad always was afraid of being the butt of people's, not just joke, but criticism and ridicule. And so that was never, ever, ever an option that I could have ever entertained. Can I go to school abroad? No, absolutely not. This is your life. This is what we're doing. And so for me, I had to get really, really creative in finding ways to get that permission without him knowing what my ultimate plan was.
Right. So what did that look like? How did you, I mean, I know because I read that part of the book, but how did you trick him?
So essentially what I did was I took advantage of the fact that I have family in Italy, and my oldest Italian cousin is like my brother. We're very close, still are today. I told him everything. I told him what was going on, that I was planning to run away, that I wanted to start a new life, that now I'm divorced from my Saudi husband. So I'm essentially damaged goods. No Saudi man is going to want me unless I'm a second or third or fourth wife, because polygamy is still alive and well and practiced there. So I would be like a trophy second or third wife, even at the age of 25, but you are no longer a virgin. So again, you're not the desire number one, which I would have never, ever been okay with. And I also told him, and in the meantime, I also met this man and fell in love with, and I do want to run away with him. And so what we did was my cousin called my dad and said, hey, Jasmine, is going through a hard time with the divorce and everything. And, she just needs a breather. And my cousin said, I'm going to go to the US and travel with my family, with his partner. And since Jasmine's been to the US before, maybe she can go with us and just like get a little vacation out of it and also show us around and everything. Because I needed a visa to the US. Otherwise, I could have just gone to Italy. My dad would have probably been okay with me going to Italy to visit my aunt and uncle and my cousins. But I needed that visa to the US because I was running away with my now love of my life. And that's how we plotted that. And so my dad was a little hesitant, and he talked to my mom, and my mom's like, oh, I think it's a great idea. Now my mom knew a little more to the story. So my dad agreed. I had to get my passport. I had to get the visa. I had to get the letter from my dad, and I had to get, a return ticket. 2 weeks is what I got. Went to Italy, spent time with my aunt who was dying, really. She was not well. And then after that, I got to the US, called my family. I'm here. It's all fun. It's great. And then in that 2 week time, as expiration time was getting closer, that I had to return, I told my dad, I found a school here that's willing to give me a full ride scholarship. And this was true because I was going to college. I found a school and everything. And my dad is really big on education, as you can imagine, because that's how his life started. And so he was like, okay, all right, well, what does that mean? 6 months. And I literally said to my dad, I have no future right now in Saudi Arabia, except for maybe a career. So let me get educated and then come back. And that's how I got him to agree. And so I bought myself time. And then at the expiration of those 6 months, I told him I actually met someone. I fell in love. I didn't tell him that I met him in Saudi Arabia. But that was the straw that broke the camel's back. That's when my dad was like, okay, nope, too far. Absolutely not. And then I became pretty much dead to my family for 3 years until my first child was born.
Oh, wow. You just covered a lot of ground.
Yes, I know.
I want to rewind because you tell the story so well in your book in the airport and the feelings that you were going through. I really want people to understand the high stakes that were happening when you were trying to actually just get on the plane.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I 25 years ago, and still every time I relive that moment, it's the anxieties in my body still. It never goes away, no matter how much therapy and EMDR and all that good meditation, all that good stuff you do. That moment will never, ever leave my body, because I've watched movies, I've watched videos, I've read stories, I've heard about that crucial moment where that woman is in that line ready to get on the plane. And it's a matter of you're caught or you're free. And I was standing to wait to get through that moment. And keep in mind, in the airports, again, I don't know what it's like now, but when I was there, the airport was, all the TSA folks were men. And then there was a room that they would pull all women to where you would be inspected by women agents. Everything is segregated. And so you would walk into a room and they touch you from head to toe. And I don't know what they're looking for. I mean, explosives, what, I don't know. Maybe they were just following what they thought was the right thing to do, but you are groped essentially from head to toe. In that moment, of course, I had nothing to hide. I wasn't worried about hiding anything. I was just afraid that they were going to ask me too many questions and I would slip an answer and say something that would get them suspicious. My mom was with me at the airport to see me off. no one in my family knew that I was going forever. Of course, I said goodbye to everyone like I was going to see them in a few weeks, which that alone was the torment and the pain.
Yeah.
'Cause I was close to my family, very close to my sister. I left Valentino, my dog, behind. And so I sat down, and in that moment, right before I boarded the plane, I saw a group of, and we did not talk much about them, but they were the most terrorizing group of people growing up, which are the religious police, also known as the Mutawa, who are devout men who implement the fundamentalist, or the most fundamental extremist practice of Islam. So they are out in public, chasing women, yelling at women, chasing young men. They are monitoring every behavior of young people in public. Women have to be covered from head to toe. If they hear your voice, you get yelled at. If they see skin, you get yelled at. They will drag you into their suburban vans and take you to jail. So that, we did not touch upon that, but that was the constant daily, which is why I never like to go shopping or be out in public, is because you are always at risk of being seen by them. Now, visually, you can spot them a mile away because they have long beards. They wear the headdress, they wear their cape, which is a mishlah, and the dress that they wear, what men, Saudi men or Arab men wear, it's called a thobe, goes down to your ankle, but they wear it above the ankle because they refer to that as modesty. So you can tell from their short dress, their beards, the way they talk, the way their language, all of that. And so again, you can spot them a mile away. That was, to me, the most traumatizing visual of my life growing up. It was the scariest thing I could look at. I'm not going to make comparisons, but I'm sure other people in history have had similar, feelings towards other people that were a threat to their well-being and their existence. So in the airport, right before I was about to board, as they were calling my flight, they were walking literally right in front of me. And I thought, oh my God, they know I'm here. They know who I am. They're here to get me. And I froze and almost started having a panic attack. And my mom, who is amazing, grabbed me, pulled me close to her and whispered in my ear, get on that plane and just think you will never have to see them and deal with them ever again.
Yeah.
And so that just kept me breathing. I got on the plane. The minute the plane took off, I was like, okay, now I know I'm finally free. And I took the veil off. I took everything off. I basically stripped and just felt like, okay, maybe this is it. My first spot was obviously Italy, which felt like home, and I was with my family. But those 15, and this is not like now where security is long and drawn out. It is a short period of time, but man, it is so intensely, horrifyingly scary.
I can't even imagine that feeling, that anxiety, just wanting to be free, knowing that you could get caught at any moment. But luckily, your mom was on board with that. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is. And one of the things is also, I knew that once I left and once I landed wherever I was landing, all Saudi citizens are required to also go and, connect with the embassies and just kind of let their presence known in whatever country they're at. And probably some of it is formality so that if you need help or if there's any, it's just a diplomatic gesture, I guess, that many countries do. I just went under the radar. I just did not want to be seen or noticed, so that was a big piece also for me, which is why I think it ended up being a smooth process.
Okay. When you got to Italy, you said that you had removed some of the things like the veil and your different clothing. Did you put it back on because you were meeting family who knew what you should be wearing?
Oh, no. So in Italy, I never dressed like that. I was always with my Italian family. I always wore, jeans and t-shirts. And in Italy, I never had to be veiled. My dad, thankfully, was not an extremist. So in Italy, we dressed normal. Now, we dressed modest. I couldn't wear shorts or, tank tops or bikinis or anything like that. But, I was dressed Western. I did have my veil and my abaya with me because I intended on having that and just kind of having a ceremony for myself and burning it for my healing process when I knew the time was right, which happened a few months after that. But I never put it on again ever after that.
Yeah, a literal shedding of layers to your new life, to this basically rebirth. And I want to talk about what that was like when you actually settled in Wyoming with the love of your life, Daryl, and what that was like for you kind of settling in.
Well, I always joke and I say when we arrived, so we arrived in New York first, obviously, because we met in Milan. And then from Milan, we flew to New York. And then from New York, we flew to Denver and then drove from Denver to Wyoming, Rock Springs, Wyoming, which is a small mining town in the middle of the desert. So as we were driving into Rock Springs, Wyoming, I literally looked. Now, in my head, freedom also included trees and water. And I mean, I grew up in the middle of the desert of Saudi Arabia. And I was like, oh, I'm going to have trees around me and waterfalls and rivers and lakes and mountains. And like, I was just envisioning, because I love nature so much. And we're driving into this drier desert than even Saudi Arabia was. And I literally looked at him. I was like, you took me from the desert to bring me to the desert. Are you kidding me? I mean, that was the big joke, but it was great. We landed in this fabulous little mining town. We were there a few years. I went to college there initially, community college. He worked there. And then we moved to Laramie, which is, a lot more progressive and has the university town and everything. But I think that I would say the hardest, most unpredictable process of adjusting was that I arrived in 1999 and I thought, okay, this is it. I'm going to be able to slowly, but I also had so much shame and I was so embarrassed to tell people what I came from, what my life was like, the fact that I ran away. Like I just wanted to be normal for once. So I really struggled with how curious people were and the questions that they asked and how intrigued they were. And so I treaded very, very lightly also because at that point, my relationship with my family was a little, on edge. But what I could not have predicted was 9/11, because right after that, within 2 years, 9/11 happened and my world turned upside down, because whatever trauma was associated to my identity as an Arab, as a Middle Easterner, as a, raised Muslim, was now the greatest target in the country, because 9/11 just put a whole new process into play and a different spotlight on the entire region and people from that region. And so that's when my life really turned upside down, in the sense that where do I belong? I just can't see a way forward, even now with the gained freedom that I've had.
Yeah. What was that like? Did people treat you differently, discriminate against you?
So I was very lucky because the community college I went to, everyone there was so thoughtful, so sensitive. I know when I say I lived in Wyoming for 10 years, people are like, Wyoming? And I'm like, literally, it was the most wonderful state. The people are wonderful. It's a very, very sweet kind of, everybody, somewhat minds their own business, but also is very communal when it comes to service. So I did not face any discrimination in Wyoming itself. However, there were a lot of people around me that had no idea what was happening, what that part of the world was. I mean, there is a lot of ignorance, unfortunately, in the United States, in many regions, that I felt obliged to come out of my secret dark cave and talk about my experience, to make sure that I was helping people differentiate between the people of the area, the Arabs, many Muslims. These are normal, kind, nice people, and all the other, problematic fundamentalist ideologies that take up so much space and create victims, not just in the region, but outside of the region. And so it was a really, really tough position to be in, to be able to advocate for a part of the world and an area that I just left and wanted to leave behind, but at the same time felt guilt in just allowing so much hate and so much prejudice and racism and Islamophobia, all of those things. It was a really tough position to be in. I could have never, ever imagined.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be really difficult to figure out your identity. Like you said, you just left a whole world behind that you didn't want to be a part of, and now you're kind of defending it, but then you want to become a part of the United States, and then you still have this Italian heritage. So how did you kind of navigate that and come to a place where you really found your identity as Jasmine?
Oh my gosh, that is the $1 million question, because it's the reason why I spent most of my education and professional career in identity research. Because we're witnessing this even here now in the United States or in the Western world. And and it's the reason why I wrote the book. I wrote the book not because I wanted everyone to know my story. I actually never wanted to write my book. I never wanted to tell my story. But the pressure of being part of the conversation in a really transparent, authentic way, and giving permission for people to say, it's hard to navigate these different identities. It's also hard to just say, you know what, this is who I am, or this is what I believe, without the fear that your tribe, your village, your community will shun you. We're seeing that every day now in the world that we live in, where if you do not conform fully ideologically to whatever group you belong to, then you are shunned, you are silenced, you're censored. So many people decide to just adhere to the mob mentality. That's what I grew up in. So for me, a big part of that was, I will never have an identity that is traditionally, subscribed anywhere. This is a very bizarre and unique life that I've been offered. How do I make the best of it? How do I uphold some of the values that I believe in, that were given to me by my parents, by even my culture, and mix them with the values of both my cultures, obviously, and mix them with the values of who I, as someone that has been through so much challenge, can then morph it into something that is actually productive and helpful to society. Because if we are one-minded and one-sided, that will never happen. And I think for me, a lot of that identity and searching happened obviously after becoming a mother and having that sense of responsibility that now. So I say all this to say it is never resolved. Yeah. I don't think it ever will be resolved.
Yeah, I'm sure it's really complicated. Did you find yourself leaning on Daryl for a sort of, I don't know, United States identity to kind of help guide you along the path of this is how things are done?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, learning about, insurance, banking, owning a home, owning things, a car, even just going and speaking to people. Like when I first arrived, he was like, okay, you're going to go sign up at the college. And I was like, me? No, what? No, you have to go with me. Because I'd never done anything alone. There was always a man either doing it for me, not doing it with me, because I never went to any office or anything. So I was always at the mercy of some male doing something for me. And so when he was like, no, you're going to figure this out. You're going to do this. And we're talking about a young, very strong-willed, independent woman. But you put me in that situation at the time, I was oblivious to the system. And I think what really scared me at the time was saying, I don't know, or I have no idea, or I'm an immigrant. Now I have no problem saying, I have no idea how this works, or, there's very few things now as an American that I don't know. In terms of the system, obviously there's a lot of things I don't know, but in terms of just systemic, things, I'm 25 years in, I would hope that I've got a foundation, but that was really hard. Being able to say, I have no idea how this works. I don't even know what you're talking about. Where do I go from here? That was really, really hard. And of course I leaned a lot on him, and I would say leaned on him. Yes, but also I fell into the trap of allowing him also to take a lot more charge than I probably should have. Because again, I fell a little more into that trap of, I have to depend on him. And that, that was an adjustment and a learning curve as well.
Yeah. So when you left and your dad found out, you said he was upset that you weren't coming back. He's like, oh no, this is too far. Did you have to face that ostracization from your family or that break in communication, or did they still allow you to maybe come and visit them or talk to them?
No, I have not been back since 1999.
Whoa.
I've not gone back. I've not gone back to the region at all. The family that who has come to visit me, I've seen. And for now, I mean, I've been in touch with most members of the family. I have not seen my dad. My dad passed away in 2018. I only saw him after that on FaceTime and Skype and things like that. But I never hugged him again after 1999, which of course is a deep pain. Mm-hmm. But I invited him many times. I would have loved for him to have come and, visited and met my children, his grandkids. And, I mean, my oldest son is not mine by birth, but essentially is the oldest grandchild in the family. And my first child by birth is also the oldest grandchild in the family. And my dad never got to meet them in person. So no, I did not go back. It took a little bit of time before we were able to really get to a good place. But now I'm very close to the members of my family who I'm close to. We're very close. And we've all grown, we've all learned, we've all realized that that the decision I made was not a selfish one. It was really even giving freedom to the family to break from the brainwashing of the system. Because we're not doing anything wrong. We are good people. We are educated people. We are, we have decent morals, and none of us were seeking a, corrupt life. We just wanted
something
normal
different.
freedom.
Yeah. What about your mom? Was she able to come visit you?
Oh yeah, my mom's come and visited many, many times. She's has a great relationship with her grandkids. She knows them all. She comes and goes. She travels. She's still, healthy and moves. And she is in Saudi Arabia now. And but she goes to Italy. She's visited here, so she's definitely mobile because she's got kids all over. So I have my siblings as well who are in different parts of the world or travel. I mean, we are nomads for sure. So we come and go. I'm probably the one that surprisingly ended up being the most stationed.
Yeah, that's so funny. So you mentioned off camera that for a woman to get permission, she has to go to her guardian. So in your mother's case, are things different now to where she doesn't need permission to fly and come and visit you?
Yeah, so now things have changed, but up until a few years ago, my dad always had the letter for her. I mean, he never questioned it. He gave my mom a lot of freedom to come and go. And so, yeah, she traveled without any issues, and my dad would grant her that permission. And now she doesn't need it now because I believe things have changed. But if she were to need it, I have my brother, and it wouldn't be hard for her. No one ever stood in her way because, she was the matriarch, she's established a very different relationship. For me, it was different because I was more of a threat. I was a young girl. I am the Arab woman. I am the one that had expectations placed upon me in a different way growing up. Yeah.
So you just said, it just stood out to me. So your brother, your mom's son, would have had to give permission for her to go somewhere.
Yeah.
That's so wild.
Yeah. And this is not just as a man, because he's a man in his 50s now. This is like when he was a child also. Like if a woman does not have a husband, if she's a widow or doesn't have a brother, the son becomes her guardian. Absolutely. Yeah, it just slipped casually, but that is, I guess, a little bit of a shocker. Yeah. So a woman's guardian is whoever the male in her life is the closest to her, who is a legal male. So essentially a male that she is either married to or cannot marry, like a father, a grandfather, a son, a brother, an uncle. Those are the men who would be her legal guardians.
Okay. So if you don't have any men in your life, you just can't travel. Well, at least back then.
Well, the court will appoint one to you because you do need a male guardian to do business.
Okay. Wow, that's so interesting.
Like I said, at the time, anything a woman needed done, whatever it was, required, some level of interaction with society. And that interaction with society had to be done by a male.
Okay. Yeah, so it makes sense that when you got married, you were still kind of reliant on that. And that's all you really knew or all that you've seen and witnessed growing up. So do you want to talk at all about that relationship and kind of how it ended and where you are now?
Yeah. So I raised my kids in Wyoming, and for the most part, obviously life has been wonderful. I think one of the things I really wanted to do in highlighting this conversation. So I will also preface and say I am obsessed with cults, and I know everything about cults. I've studied every single cult there is out there. I have even done a lot in my graduate study on cults. And someone brought your podcast to my attention because they knew how, and they were like, I think you really need to have a conversation here. And the reason why is because I love how you address the conversation. There's a lot to learn about what happens in these cults. And I think people think of cults as only the weird leader that does strange things. And, they don't associate it to anything beyond what we see maybe in hippie, communes and things like that.
Yeah.
And the truth is a cult can be just as small as your home, your family.
Mm-hmm.
What I think is the hardest thing to wrap our minds around is people that have had experiences with any community, ideology, framework that resembles control. You will never rid yourself from it forever, 100% ever. Because every time you turn around the corner, you are processing how that will impact not just you, but everyone else that is part of your world and your circle. And I think that's been the hardest thing for me. So in my time in Wyoming, I lived those 10 years always preoccupied with how my decision or whatever choices I was making would impact my family or my cultural origin or, back home. And now the internet was becoming a thing. And so I lived in fear all the time. And then of course 9/11 happened. And so then that traumatizes your psyche and your dreams. Almost every dream I had during that time was, Osama bin Laden coming and grabbing my kids or taking me and taking me back to Saudi Arabia and leaving my kids here. So it penetrates your psyche in a way that you can't rationalize because you're like, I don't have to have these fears and these worries. But I think when you are very subtly and subconsciously degraded and oppressed, it's a lot of work to normalize your existence in a world that now has accepted you. And I urge people when they interact with folks from different backgrounds, different communities, immigrants or just different traumatic lifestyles, that there's some grace in recognizing that we don't all have to succumb yet again to one ideology. So we don't all have to succumb to this, incredible open freedom ideology, even though it's the ultimate goal for many of us. But for those who don't get to it very easily, it's hard. For me, my freedom was my number one priority, but my intellectual freedom stayed imprisoned for a long time. And during that time, I know it impacted my marriage with Daryl. It impacted how I was raising my kids and how I was thinking of that. I wanted everything to be perfect. I did not want to address the things that didn't seem like they were right. I did not want to draw a lot of attention to what was imperfect because I was like, I did all this, I sacrificed all this, and now there's problems. Who am I to complain about problems? Life was so rough before. Look at me. I'm here. Like, I don't have the right to complain. I don't have the right to adjust or to seek what's best for me. And so those 10 years in Wyoming were beautiful and rocky and challenging. And of course I wouldn't have it any other way, but it definitely impacted the relationship with Daryl, because also he had his own demons that he had to work through and overcome. And so that marriage ended at a time that I knew had to end because I knew that I was going to go down a really challenging path because Daryl had a lot of his own demons and mental health issues. So the challenges of that marriage, unfortunately pushed me into making another drastic decision, much like I did before, where I had to leave the culture in which I grew up. I had to leave this marriage as well because I had young children. I had concerns. And Daryl was definitely showing signs of mental health decline. He was bipolar. And I could not put myself once again in a situation where I would perhaps be locked in. And so after I left, I decided to leave the state of Wyoming. I moved to Washington State in the Pacific Northwest because at this point, my sister was also leaving Saudi Arabia and moving to the US. And with my father's blessings, because now that I had done it, it was easier to give my sister her blessing or his blessings to my sister. So she was moving to the US as well and coming to the Pacific Northwest. She had met, an American man, and she was also moving on with her life. And so during that time, I decided to come to the Pacific Northwest. And a few months after I moved, unfortunately, Daryl took his own life, which thrust me into a whole new set of questions and grief and how do you recover from that? But I will say it's really easy is not the right word, but when you have experienced putting your own life at risk, I think you can pretty much tackle anything after that. And that was, and then you become a mother, which I know you know a thing about that. When you become a mother, then everything in the world disappears and becomes transparent and pretty much non-existent. Your focus will only be the well-being of those children. And so, I started a whole new journey of rediscovery and a whole new version of freedom that was no longer the freedom of my social self, but my emotional and mental self, which was equally challenging.
Right. And how old were your children at this point?
So my oldest was 13, my middle son was 7, 8, and my youngest was 6.
Wow. So yeah, you're still in the throes of it in motherhood and raising your children. What was that like? Were you able to adjust well? I mean, what did you do for work? How did you make it work?
Yeah, so I moved out here, and at the time, this was several months after I had separated from Daryl. I also met someone who also was here, and it's someone I knew before, and we kind of just reconnected. It was a sweet friendship. It was a very supportive relationship, and neither one of us had high expectations of what this could look like, but we're like, might as well give it a try and just see how that goes. And he is my husband now, and a wonderful man, and the greatest partner, and wonderful parent to my sons, and has been a great anchor. And so I don't know how I would have done it if I was truly and completely alone and isolated in that, but I was able to come and kind of start all over and start fresh and be able to really focus on what's best for my sons, and be able to, go back to school and get my education. And now, I have a wonderful career, and I'm very happy in the community that I live in, and I've made great friends, and all of that has sort of unfolded very, very, very softly and very slowly. But it is so rewarding. When they say stop and smell the roses, it really is true. If you are able to not just focus on the challenges that are sent your way, it can be very rewarding. And I've been blessed because I've had a lot of roses around me that have held me.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Your consciousness side of the story, how you got into advocacy work. We could talk about your podcast or whatever it is that makes you happy and brings you joy.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So I think, so of course, what brings me joy is my children. And I know you know that, and that is very, very common and almost cliche, but I will say what brings me joy is really being able to have conversations with people where there is a beautiful spark of aha moment for everyone involved in the conversation. Even when I'm teaching or when I'm advocating or when I'm doing talks, I never leave just giving. I always leave receiving, keeping that open heart to be able to have that conversation flow in both directions. Nowhere like now do we need that more than ever. We are living in a very, very heightened time. And I know it's especially heightened in the United States, but it really is heightened all over the world. Thanks to social media, because it's done great things, but it's also created a space in which people have a lot of agitation and insecurities. And we talk about cults and ideologies, and the internet has only made that way more of an issue for a lot of people, because you can jump into any platform and get sucked into a mob mentality. Yeah. So part of the work that I do that gives me pleasure is to deconstruct a lot of that, is to work with individuals, both in organizations or in, on one-on-one settings, and really work through the process of deconstructing some of those very set, firm ideologies. I'm the director of DEI at a community college here. And so I'm lucky to be able to really immersed in that work where I can do it professionally, set programs for the students where we really talk about uncomfortable conversations, talk about challenging, topics, thinking of what victimhood is, what prejudice is, and is everyone potentially at some point in their life at risk of being targeted by that? And the answer is yes, every single one. Even people who we believe think have privilege, at some point in their life, they will either be targets of harassment and or, just hiding who they are because of fear of being harassed. So those conversations are very, very powerful right now, and they're happening, thankfully. I use my podcast, which currently is on hiatus, but I have a really big library of wonderful episodes that I have interviewed. The podcast is called I Want You to Meet, and these are folks that I met during my time in both work and pleasure and acquaintances, or people that I've just admired from a distance. Maybe I watched a documentary of theirs, and I love their stories, and I love what they stand for and the inspiration that they bring. And they could be artists, activists, local community public servants, and just talk to them and talk about their journey and what they've done. So that's my podcast. And whenever I have the opportunity, I'm traveling, either offering some of these workshops at conferences and talks. And, I'm very, very available right now. It does keep me very busy, but it's very hard for me to say no, because I really believe in this work. I really believe that it's time to build bridges and to really have a space in which we can show up as ourselves, no matter what our belief system is, and validate that other people and their belief systems exist. I think the isolation of ideology and believing that it's the only right way is what's potentially going to be the demise of democracy in the world.
Wow. Jasmine, you're incredible. I bet it would be so great to learn from you. You're such a great teacher. You're so compassionate, well-spoken, and empathetic. And I think it's so awesome that you found yourself, that you did come into this identity that you've created for yourself, and that you're able to share your wisdom and teach and inspire through your book. So everyone go check it out, The Last Sandstorm. We'll put the link in the description. You have a website under your name, right? Jasmine Falk Dickerson. Your Instagram, jasmine.falk.dickerson. Again, it'll all be in the description if you want to reach out. I've so enjoyed our conversation. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing.
Thank you so much for having this platform and for inviting me, or for welcoming my invitation of myself. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So the last thing we need is your Linda Listen moment, your sassy statement as the viral video with the toddler goes, or something inspirational.
Okay, I love that you have this segment. So my sassy moment is never stand in the way of a woman that has her own identity and self figured out. Never, ever, ever.
Yes.
My sassy statement is, feminism is not a threat. It is the way to a balanced society.
Ooh,
I will also add and say that, if you belong to an ideology that tells you that you are right and others are not, and your sole goal is to not only impose your belief system on others, but to 100% spread it as the only ideology, run as fast as you can, even if it's just you. Mob mentality is really dangerous. We as creatures seek that community. We want to be together, and it's a wonderful thing when we come together for the good, and the good should be open and inclusive for all to exist. The moment that community starts to tell you that there's only one way of thinking, get away as fast as you can.
Absolutely agree. It's so much more empowering, and it gives you so much more possibility to just stay open-minded, to accept new information, to just be open to listening to new information. You don't even have to accept it, but be open to learning and growing and hearing other perspectives. It's just such a healthier place to be instead of this tunnel vision perspective. So absolutely love that advice. Love the Linda Listen moments. Couldn't agree more. Do you have any other final thoughts before we go?
The only thing that I want to say is, please, if you want to have this conversation more and you have a way to contact me, connect with me, I am always happy and eager to talk to folks who have any particular thoughts around this or questions, especially during a time now where people don't know where they can find information, understand Arab people a little better, understand the area a little better. Please don't trust everything you read on social media. Reach out to people who are really dedicated and devoted to helping people understand. And so I'm always happy to hear from folks. And so reach out anytime. And thank you so much.
Yes, amazing. Thank you for opening that door for people. It's really awesome that you're willing to continue the conversation. And guys, you can continue the conversation in the comments as well. We do love to hear what you have to say. Our guests read the comments, and it does help boost the algorithm. It's so great that we have this community here who does leave such encouraging words for our guests. Remember, they are real people. They're coming on and sharing their story. It's a vulnerable thing, and we just appreciate everything that you have to say. So if you want to support the podcast, again, interacting with the post is the best way to do so. If you want to support further, you could become a patron at patreon.com/cults2consciousness. Our newest patrons, Brandy and RS, thank you so much for your support. If you want to go to Costa Rica, unfortunately it's sold out, but you can leave your name on the wait list if you want to be notified for our next vacation. We have merch as well at cults2consciousness.com under the merch tab. Lots of different things to choose from. And if you enjoyed this video, I'll link 2 more down here below you can check out. And until next time, follow your highest excitement, be conscious and be well.
And yes, I am also in time going to talk about this more, because now I'm going through all my older pictures, and this was also part of my life. And I know some people are not going to like it, but I as well want you to know that I am not a one-dimensional person. My presence on the social media is not one-dimensional. I'm not only here to show my bald head. That's not in my nature. I'm a multifaceted person with life experience and with certain type of beliefs. As you know now, I am history teacher in nature. I have certain experiences, and being a Muslim and now an ex-Muslim is one of them. And I know most of the people don't want to hear that, but that is my truth, and I will talk about it. And I see more and more people talk about it. I am so happy. I see more and more people speaking out as ex-Muslims to show to the world what Islam is really like. And there are majority of them actually are born Muslims, people who come from Islamic cultures. Last time when I was on social media, I as well was very vocal when it comes to Islam, migration into Europe. You will not believe how many people as well messaged me saying, I agree with you. However, I am now in a country where I cannot speak my truth. Really a lot. Egypt, Tunisia, Kazakhstan, and it warms my heart so much. I am so happy to see more and more people. You see, I was a convert, yeah, right? And so I'm a convert, right? And I had an Islamic marriage. And also I see a lot of people saying, oh, you must have... I was married with a Syrian man who came to the Netherlands as a refugee. And then a lot of people say, oh, your marriage must have been so shit and that's why you view Islam so shit. Actually, no. It wasn't a bad... It was a marriage in which I did not fit. But my ex-husband was not violent. He was not the stereotypical person in some ways, yes, but in this one, no. I was actually more religious than he was. I prayed more than he did, and he was born Syrian Muslim. I am going to talk about it. Because as a European, I'm going to say it, I am right-wing because I am a European. And I see my country and my nation actually not only as a European. So this is a photo of me while I was Muslim with my mother. As you can see, my mother is a person of color as well. So I don't want to hear the BS about being racist and blah, blah, blah. The world would be a much safer, prosperous, intelligent, if this religion would disappear from the earth. And you do that with education, telling people this is what it really is from the in every way. And don't say, oh, but this person on YouTube says this person. No, go read the stuff yourself. That is what made me Muslim. I became Muslim because it was such a mystery for me. It was such a beautiful old... Most of the people who convert to Islam, I was one of them, you either have some type of mental problems, you know, like something happened in your past, you have like traumatic experience, somebody died, something happened to you, and you want to have some type of comfort with this trauma. And religion is one of the things which you, because in religion there is some type of explanation for your pain. It's very psychological. And you get, and if you then meet people who are Muslims and they are so nice to you and they are so kind and they are so welcoming, you can feel as if this must be the answer to my issues, you know. I think this is for a lot of comforts. You want to be part of something bigger. You want something to answer to your pain. And that's why you convert. And then when you convert, usually, and they made like a study about this, I don't know which one, I read it, I know it's in a study, I don't know the name or the year, but they say that most people who convert to Islam, they usually stay Muslims for 2 years. After 2 years, they usually leave the religion. And that's not without reason. Because when you first become a Muslim, you are absorbed by the community, right? And because they are not individualistic, the Arabic and Islamic culture is not an individual community culture. It's very group. So you feel, especially if you convert from a place of pain or loneliness or feeling that you are misunderstood, you are suddenly in this ocean of, how do we say, this ocean of family. You are part of the Ummah now, right? You're part of the Islamic community, and that makes you feel very happy. And then you actually, after that period, you start really studying. You start learning how to pray. You start learning prayers. You need to learn the Arabic language because you want to learn the book of God. That's why I am still, so many years later, I still have quite an affinity with the Arabic language. I don't speak it fluently, but some words I recognize, right? Especially like Islamic terms, I usually still know them. But after that period, when the group high wears off, you want to actually know what your religion is about. And then you start studying. You start studying the Quran. You start studying the Sunnah. You start studying the Hadiths. You start learning about the Sahaba. You start learning about the life of Muhammad. And then you can see like, wait a minute. This was not, I didn't know this before, but it looks a little bit off. And then you start reading the Hadith and really certain things about Muhammad. For me, that was the deal breaker. I did not have any problems with prayer. I also had no problems with the head covering. All these things made sense to me. I began having problems with Islam when I started studying about Muhammad and seeing that Islam prided itself so much on the morality. The more I learned, the more I thought, how is this morally okay? How is it? Okay, you first begin with, why does Muhammad have 12 wives? He had 12 wives, and a regular Muslim guy can have 4. Why, when a person dies, a man dies, he needs to have 72 huralain, which are like some type of angels, sex angels in paradise. But of course, the biggest issue was, why does Muhammad, a 53-year-old man, need to marry a 6-year-old girl? That is the biggest issue. There are more. I already opened the floodgate now of this shit. But of course, if you know already these 3 things, and then the biggest problem was you cannot, and then when I was a Muslim and I learned about all these facts, I learned a bit about all these things from Muhammad's life, which I could not say are morally great actions. How am I going to reconcile it with discomfort? This cognitive dissonance is the beautiful word, apology. Then you start saying, okay, but maybe we can leave Muhammad a bit. Maybe I can pray to God. I can be a Muslim, I can still pray, I can still be a good person, I can still follow the simple Islamic things, and I'm a good Muslim, right? But then with everything you do, when you pray, at the end of the prayer, you send blessings to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You cannot avoid Muhammad. And at the time, I was 3 years Muslim already. My children went to like Islamic schools. My husband was from Syria, so we learned Arabic. My children started learning Arabic. All my life was surrounded by this religion. Everything I did was for this religion. My time was spent at it. You see photos now. This was actually a party where I just wear the head covering, a hijab. But I actually, in my daily times, I used to wear a jilbab. A jilbab is this longer. I had a niqab as well in my house. I did not wear it yet. Islam was very serious for me because it was my belief. It was everything. But the more I read about Muhammad, I thought, no, I cannot. This man is not the perfect man. He cannot. So I experienced a lot of cognitive dissonance. I felt uncomfortable. I do get personally a lot of peace and happiness from this religion. It gives me purpose, but how can it be so bad? So believe me, it's not that I don't understand Muslims. I understand very much why people are Muslim. I was one. I know it. It comes from a place of love. It comes from a place of wanting peace. That's all fine and great and good. Yeah, that if you personally you find peace, that's great. There is, however, the basic, there is a part of Islam, which is actually not the base, it's like, it's the core of Islam, that it wants to submit and subjugate and control and dominate. And that's what you see by Muhammad's actions. Muhammad was not a man of peace. Muhammad was a warlord and he wanted to dominate. And that is... So one of the things I did was watch on YouTube more videos. You know, of course I read the stuff myself and it gave me such an uncomfortable feeling like, no, this cannot be true. So I started watching on YouTube a lot of videos where Muslims would talk with Christians or with atheists and they would exchange ideas. And actually the more I did that, and I especially started listening to ex-Muslims who are of like Islamic origin, born Muslims, because I think they have the most experience with it. They come from those countries. I'm just a Dutch girl, basically. And the more I got more and more the feeling like I have to say that I agree with the atheist. I have to agree with the Christian. Islam cannot defend itself properly because you cannot defend something which is morally wrong. You cannot defend that the Prophet Muhammad married a child. So then you have to come to a certain point where you can say, can I believe that a man who actively murdered Jewish tribes, who actively gave command to murder all critics of him, and a man who had 12 wives and who had sex with all those wives in one night, that's just disgusting, and who was a pedophile, who slept with a 9-year-old child as a guy in his 50s. Can I accept that this guy was sent by God? I cannot accept it. And what a lot of Muslims do, they come up with all kinds of coping mechanisms. Yeah, okay, yeah, we know he slept with a child, but God allowed it. You know, because they cannot let go of it, and I understand this, and it's painful. So then you have to come to a certain point where you can say, can I believe that a man who actively murdered Jewish tribes, who actively gave command to murder all critics of him, and a man who had 12 wives and who had sex with all those wives in one night, that's just disgusting, and who was a pedophile, who slept with a 9-year-old child as a guy in his 50s. Can I accept that this guy was sent by God? I cannot accept it. And what a lot of Muslims do, they come up with all kinds of coping mechanisms. Yeah, okay, yeah, we know he slept with a child, but God allowed it. You know, because they cannot let go of it, and I understand this, and it's painful. And so there comes a point where you have to see all the evidence before you about the nature of this religion. And so I'm only talking about Muhammad, right? There are so many things you can talk about Sharia as well, Sharia law, which is a collection of laws, but just the certain type of laws. Let's just say that a lot of the things that Daesh did, a lot of things which is normal, they don't just... You think Daesh, they just come up with these ideas? Maybe it's written somewhere. Maybe the reason why they throw gays off a building, you think that they just came up with that? Or you think that's written somewhere? Any case, at some point when you have so much evidence against your religion, you have to say, what is it about this religion? Why do I see patterns? Why do I see certain cultures, the cultures who have been in touch or influenced by Islam, why do I see the same problems there? Why does this religion allow beating of women? Then I have to be honest, as a Muslim, all terrorist activities right now are incredibly Islamic inspired. Why is that? Why? What is in the mindset of Islam that people feel that they have to do this in name of their religion? Why do certain kids get married very young in Iraq recently? Why? Then if you are an honest person, you have to say, I cannot accept this. You have to say, as Muslim as well, I see so many unhealthy patterns connected to this religion. I see so many things which bother me morally, for which there is just not an excuse. And if we come back to the pedophilia story, I cannot send blessings upon a man who is a PDF file, as we now have to say on social media, actually. I cannot believe that. So, it took me a very long time to say that I'm not Muslim anymore, but it was very painful because it doesn't mean that I lost an idea of God or I believe in God. And then as an ex-Muslim, it's very common for ex-Muslims to go into a type of depression because everything you thought was true in life, if these things are already not real or morally not okay, or you have so many evidence that it is not correct and you've let go of it, then it's like, wow, okay, but I used to believe in these things and now there's nothing in the place. It disappears. And that's a very painful period. And those who are very brave, they go through it, and then also in time you will become angry because you think, whoa, I spent my life doing all these things, supporting and believing this, but in the end it's not true. Not only is it not true, it goes against progress. And that's when they become very vocal against Islam. They want to protect. And the person which helped me a lot was Ridvan Aydemir, who is a Turkish ex-Muslim who now lives in America. His videos, and I'm going to link it here, helped me a lot. Discovering the truth of Islam, it's like a puzzle and everything fell together. You have your friendly ex-Muslim, also on YouTube. I see an increase. I see more and more people with Islamic background, or even people who were ex-converts, to say, this is what it really is. Go read it. Read it for yourself. Don't believe me, Start reading it yourself. That's what I wanted to say. That's my story, and I feel I'm just now tired. But I do want to support, and if you are an ex-Muslim and you're reading this, please send me a message. Let
Ouch! Let me have a try.
You're leaving Islam for emotional reasons.
Well, I've done all I can do.
Ex-Muslims find themselves in a unique situation even among other apostates. They do share many experiences with ex-Christians like myself, but they also face challenges unique to coming out of Islam specifically. There are certain myths and lies propagated about ex-Muslims which they face constantly, and those deserve to be refuted. Here we'll take on 4 of those lies, and with each, I'll bring in a different ex-Muslim activist to share their perspective on it. They just haven't studied X, scholar, or passage. If you're any type of apostate, you may have heard some variation of this. As an ex-Christian, I hear this all the time. However, even being an activist, I can't say that this is thrown at me as often as it's thrown at many of my ex-Muslim friends.
Anyone that understands Islam fully,
They will find it.
Never will you leave Islam. Never. Wallahi billahi, no way.
I tend to think that a reason why Muslims say this is that it allows them to maintain the belief that the more one studies Islam, the truer it appears, and no one could possibly be properly educated about Islam and then disbelieve it. After all, if one can study Islam thoroughly and then disbelieve it, well, that might mean that Islam isn't true. It comes off to me as a defensive move motivated by fear. The reality is, though, that 1, plenty of highly educated Muslims leave Islam, often motivated by what their high level of education tells them about it. And 2, there are plenty of good reasons to leave Islam that aren't complicated or difficult to understand. As an atheist myself, I don't believe in Islam simply because I don't think it satisfied the burden of proof for its claim that there is an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent God in existence. A lot of ex-Muslim atheists disbelieve for that same reason as well. Other common, simple reasons for disbelieving Islam include it conflicts with science in positing that all of humanity came from 2 people, Adam and Eve. There's no proof of its supposed miracles. Muhammad apparently split the moon in half, but there's no evidence that that ever happened. Islam claims to have a perfect system of morality under which everyone thrives, but the Quran endorses a man beating his wife for disobeying him. Muhammad was supposedly the perfect moral role model, but he consummated his marriage to a 9-year-old child. It doesn't take much to understand why all of those things are a problem for a supposedly perfect religion. Finally, I'll have Imtiaz Shams weigh in on this, but before I do, let me remind you that many Muslims demand that all ex-Muslims have an extremely high level of education before leaving Islam, but require basically no education of new converts. All they have to do is say they believe it, say the Shahada.
Something that I really hate is this idea that you have to have like a PhD and a certificate from Azhar University at Egypt to be an ex-Muslim. It's so common, and it's ridiculous because often what I'll say back to them is, okay, cool, let's talk about Mormonism. What do you know about Mormonism? And mostly Muslims have no clue about Mormonism, Joseph Smith, the Book of Mormon, but yet they don't believe in Mormonism. So I always say, well, why are you not a Mormon? And if they have any arguments, I say, well, no, you don't have a PhD in Mormonism. So it's like people don't understand, it doesn't click in their head that leaving Islam doesn't require an in-depth knowledge base of Islam. That said, a lot of ex-Muslims that leave actually do know a lot about Islam. In fact, often when you speak to them, they've done more research about it than a lot of Muslims who practice. You know, you've got Muslims who kind of like were born into it, so they kind of, you know, practice here and there, they do the rituals. They don't know much about it. They don't even speak Arabic a lot of the times. While ex-Muslims, a lot of times, because it's something that's so big that you're leaving, you end up digging in deep. So in my case, for example, I grew up in an extremely religious environment. I was, you know, going to mosque like all the time. I've been fasting since I was 7 years old. So it's like, it was a big part of my life. So I didn't leave it without lack of knowledge. But that stereotype is wrong as well. Just because someone leaves it, if they don't agree with it, doesn't mean they have to have a PhD in it, you know? So I would say, if that's the stereotype you have, I'd recommend either you understand that it's wrong, or you do a PhD in every single religion in the world so that you can actually say that you're not a Christian or a Hindu or a Buddhist.
They just want attention or they would leave quietly. Apparently, true ex-Muslims would never care about speaking against Islam. They would just leave it and never talk about it again. After all, when your entire life is forced to radically change by a shift in your worldview, you've been taught to be paralyzed by the fear of hellfire for disbelieving, and most of your friends and family see people like you as mortal enemies, your first instinct is obviously to get over it and just move on immediately. No, getting positive attention to stroke one's own ego is not the point of speaking out publicly for really any ex-Muslim. People are shunned, made homeless, imprisoned, or even killed for being apostates. There are 13 countries in the world, all Islamic, which punish apostasy by death. It's incredibly easy to see with the slightest bit of empathy that ex-Muslims might have reasons for speaking out which have nothing to do with them being praised. Many in that community want nothing but to be themselves and live. Consider that maybe ex-Muslims speak out against Islam because they feel it oppresses women. Maybe they speak out against it because it motivates their own families to disown them. Maybe it's because it prompts governments to execute those who believe differently. Maybe ex-Muslims stick together and praise each other because no one else will do that for them. Supporting Islamic doctrine and then claiming ex-Muslims just want attention is like cheering for a family to be ripped apart and then mocking the most isolated member of that family just for trying to pick themselves up again. Now, to give her perspective as an ex-Muslim who is charged with this accusation constantly, here's Zara K.
What kind of attention are we talking about? Most of it has always been negative and a backlash. I think more often we have a lot to lose than we have gained with that attention.
A lot of times our families are the ones to shun us away. Our friends don't talk to us. It's not the right kind of attention that we even get. It's mostly negative, and it's toxic. Just even in the online world or even in person, people just have this vile idea of what ex-Muslims are like. Most people, when they come out, it is to find other people like them, to find a community, versus actually that attention that they get. Sure, if I see another ex-Muslim tweeting that she's an ex-Muslim and she just came out, I'm going to go out there and celebrate and make sure she's okay, because I know how hard it is. So I guess in that way, ex-Muslims do give other ex-Muslims that attention and comfort and be their family. For us, it's mostly about building a community and supporting each other.
They left so they could get fame and money. This accusation is just slightly different from the last, but my friends and I had to include it because it's so common and so absurd. To think that there's more money involved in being an ex-Muslim than in being an evangelist for Islam ignores clear evidence to the contrary. The ludicrously popular Zakir Naik sells out arenas for his preaching. He has his own TV network called Peace TV. Even on a totally different level of exposure, the pattern is still clear. Ali Dawah and Mohammed Hijab, both apologists and YouTubers, have run several extremely successful giving campaigns in recent years. One example is that in a singular campaign in 2018, they raised over 25,000 British pounds for their own ministry. In the same year, my activist friends and I, including many ex-Muslims, raised money for ex-Muslims of North America, and we raised $5,000. Also, if I'm not mistaken, didn't both Ali Dawah and Mohammed Hijab just make multiple videos a couple months ago about a family using Islam to make money?
We are absolutely sure that he apostated from the religion of Islam at least one time. At the same time, of course, he's profiting from Islam and from Muslims. Yes, he's profiting from Islam and he's profiting from Muslims, doing ruqya services, £300, £400. Crook! Wallah, you're a crook.
Meanwhile, the only person I can think of who probably makes a pretty significant amount of money off of speaking up as an ex-Muslim is Ayan Hirsi Ali, but that comes at the cost of her being able to live any sort of normal life. She constantly receives death threats and can't travel anywhere without bodyguards. I highly doubt any amount of money could make that worth it for her. She probably just speaks up for other reasons. As for lesser-known activists, there's basically no money involved. I know this because my platform and income when speaking against Islam online is a good deal larger than most ex-Muslims. And guess what? It's really not that great. I make YouTube videos full-time, and if I only made videos about Islam, my channel would probably either get fully demonetized, I'd make nothing, or I wouldn't be able to make enough to even consider this a job. My point in all of this is not to accuse any of the people I've mentioned of unethically profiteering off of Islam or their ministries, or to paint ex-Muslims as morally superior. All I mean to demonstrate is that much of the time, money and recognition is not easily found in speaking against Islam, and that it might actually be more easily found in speaking for it. To give her perspective on this, here's Marwa, aka Mimsy Vids.
I get told all the time that I am openly an ex-Muslim because of fame and money, and that's basically why I want to do it. But it's actually the complete opposite. Firstly, there's actually no money in this. I don't know why they have this impression that I'm like working for the Jews or the Zionists or something like that. There's absolutely no money in being an ex-Muslim. No one wants to stand by you. In fact, we are opposed by everyone because it's too controversial. And the fame, it's the complete opposite. If anyone does recognize us, it's usually for negative reasons. And the amount of hate we get completely trumps any sort of positive fame that we might get or that people expect we would get. Most of the time, Muslims that leave their religion become shunned by their families and don't actually have anyone to stand by them. And they actually have to go to organizations and get help because it's such a traumatizing experience to be abandoned by everyone. So to say that I'm doing it for fame or money or power or anything positive in that way, it's always the complete opposite of what an ex-Muslim actually experiences.
They leave to gain acceptance from white or Western people. This takes a complex issue having nothing to do with race and oversimplifies it into an issue that's only about race. Having come out of my family's fundamentalist Christianity, I've seen how difficult it is for some people to accept that their loved ones have made a calm, rational decision on leaving religion rather than a frantic, emotional one. However hard it is, though, there's no excuse for hearing someone's reasons for leaving religion, refusing to believe them, and then completely fabricating different reasons why you think they left. If someone tells you about the scientific, moral, or philosophical reasons they left Islam, and you then posit that they just left to please white people, or anyone else really, you're not listening. If someone leaves or joins a religion just because of some kind of racial pressure, that is a problem. That person has probably been unethically coerced. If you agree, realize that coercion can go either way. People shouldn't leave Islam to please or fit in with another race. Likewise, though, no one should ever be pressured to be Muslim to please or fit in with their own. Waleed from the channel Vidu Vids asked to speak on this subject, and I think his input is vital to this conversation.
One of the main criticisms that I receive personally is that you only left Islam to please white people. Firstly, that is actually quite a racist statement to make, and it's actually completely incorrect. Thinking for yourself, studying and analysing the data and information is something which every human being should do, not only with religion, but with any given subject. Why is it that if I come to a different conclusion to you, I am now trying to please the white man, trying to please my white masters? If anything, this is quite a colonial way of thinking. And the people that actually make these kind of statements are themselves in a colonial mindset, that they still view the white man, the white people, white countries as their masters, and they can't agree with them. Firstly, white people are Muslims, are Christians, are atheists. White people disagree on many different issues. White people don't have one way of thinking. Secondly, people from brown or black backgrounds can also disagree and come to their own conclusions. Thinking for yourself is not a white thing, it's not a European thing. Thinking for yourself is something which everyone should do and should not be seen as white or black or colonial or slave. Think for yourself, guys.
Anytime I speak on misconceptions about any group, be it ex-Christians, ex-Muslims, or atheists in general, I identify the root of the problem as a lack of empathy. I think that still stands here. Whatever your motivation, whether you want to support ex-Muslims, simply understand them, or even lead them back to Islam, the only way forward for you is to hear them out. If you care about anything more than stroking your ego by mocking them or putting them down, then take this recommendation to heart. Set your preconceptions aside and just listen. Thanks for watching. I've been Drew of Genetically Modified Skeptic. A huge thank you to all my friends who joined me in this video. You can find links to all of their channels and social media in the description. I highly recommend following and supporting in whatever way you can every one of them. As always, go ahead and subscribe, check out my Patreon, follow me on Twitter and Facebook at GMSkeptic, join my Discord, and until next time, stay skeptical.
Hello beautiful people, welcome to Mimsy Vids. I am Marwa, aka Mimsy. Welcome to my channel. I am doing a video on why I left Islam. As you can see from the title, a lot of people actually asked me this question, as you can imagine, in my last video when I talked about my hijab story. People really wanted to know why I left Islam, and that was kind of a big question. If you haven't seen my hijab story though, please see, I have linked it down below. Please take a look. Also, we have so much more coming up. I know a lot of people want to see me with Vidu Vids, who is my husband. If you don't know who he is, do check out his video, I'll put it below. But we will have some challenges and vlogs and tags and all kinds of videos coming up with me and Vidu Vids. But also I've got some kind of beauty, makeup, lifestyle, kind of girly things coming up as well. So loads more to come. But for now, let's get into this video. So as I mentioned in my last hijab story time, I grew up in a very Muslim environment. I went to a Muslim school, everyone around me was Muslim. I was pretty much in a Muslim sort of bubble. You know, the only non-Muslims I knew were like celebrities on TV. So very much, this is my reality, this is life, this is everything I know since I could speak and understand. So I didn't really think about Islam. Islam wasn't a thought, it was just my life. But there was a point where I really wanted to learn about Islam and really wanted to kind of be strong in my deen and understand things better and be a stronger Muslim. So it wasn't just an identity thing, it did start to become, I want to know what I'm doing and believe in it more. And actually that was when my dad left Islam. So my dad left Islam and he kind of had a conversation with us and said, you guys do whatever you want to do. By us I mean his kids, and actually it was only with the two eldest, which is me and my elder brother, and he said, you know, it's totally up to you what you want to do, this is my decision. And I was just kind of thinking, because my background, unlike my dad's, was only with Islam in it. You know, my dad kind of came to Islam at a later stage in his life, so for me it was just an utter shock. You know, it was kind of like, there's no way that Islam isn't true, because this is life. Like, you know, you're basically saying the truth isn't the truth, is how I understood it at that time. And actually, you know, I just need to bring him back, and Allah will bring him back, and I need to be a better Muslim, and I'll pray, but also I'll learn more about Islam so that I can give him the answers that he needs. It was something that really upset me more than anything. It was never at that point something that made me doubt Islam. I didn't doubt Islam, I just doubted him, which is quite sad. I just thought, you know, he's just going through a tough time, poor thing, you know, I'll support him there, I'll still be there for him, and I will eventually bring him back, was the plan, basically. That plan didn't go accordingly though, it went wrong. So I kind of delved deeper, and actually what happened to me was the opposite happened. The more I learnt, the more I had questions, the more I couldn't understand. I don't want this to sound like it's a short period of time, because it was over a long period. It was over many, many years of me kind of, you know, from the age of, like, to give you an idea, from the age of like 14 to 22, 23. So during that time span, I was questioning, trying to understand, following different madhabs or different ways of understanding Islam, so that I could almost, I was almost adjusting it to fit, you know, kind of my understanding of the world, because there were questions I had, which I'm going to go through, and that didn't make sense to me. Eventually they just didn't make sense to me at all though, and hence why I left, and realised, to me this doesn't make any sense, and I don't believe in any of it. And what it is like for me, it's kind of like a wall, and you know, when the kind of, I imagine it as kind of blocks coming out of the wall, eventually the wall just collapses because there's just too many holes, that you just can't believe it anymore. I know a lot of Muslims will say to me, oh, it's because, you know, you doubted Allah, that's why he turned your back on you. And they have this mentality of, if you know, ask too many questions, or if you really doubt it, or if you're kind of going in from an angle like, oh yes, I want to be a non-Muslim, I really want to not believe in it, I really want to be analytical in that way, then Allah will turn his back on you, and he'll actually put a wall in your heart, so you can't even, so you're blind to Islam, so blind to anything. You know, I've had relatives say that about me. They're like, there's no point of talking to her because she's got the wall up. Allah would have put that wall, Allah would have put a shield, she's not going to be able to see now because Allah turned her back. But I just think that's so cool, because actually it was the opposite for me. My intention was to learn more about Islam, to not only bring my dad back, but to help me and make me a better Muslim. So it was to better myself in the religion. So, and you know, Islam's all about intentions as well, because you know, you can even get a good deed from an intention, is what we believe, or what they believe. Oops. I still include myself sometimes as like, what we, oh no, that's not me, I'm not included anymore. But yeah, so it's you know, and then it was my intention to always be Muslim. It was never my intention to leave. So as I said, it was quite the opposite. But the opposite did happen, of course. So it started off with petty things, you know, things like just little things here and there. There were so many, but I'll give you a couple. One is plucking your eyebrows. I thought it was so ridiculous, and I know people are gonna be like, oh, that's why she loves Islam, because plucking her eyebrows. I'm getting to all the points, just hold on. But it started off with smaller things, that's what I'm trying to say. So also music, you know, music's haram, music's not haram, music does this, music does that. Little things like that, which I thought were pathetic, to be honest with you, and their reasons were just non-existent. That's when I started to kind of follow the more Sufi understanding of Islam, actually, because they kind of gave much more you know, kind of spiritual, metaphorical meanings to things. And you know, I mentioned that in my hijab story, that even my hijab evolved because I kind of had a more spiritual understanding of it. So that was fine, but that could only go so far. The questions that came up later that were really bugging me, that I couldn't understand, that didn't make sense, even Sufism couldn't reconcile them. You know, it was just the whole construct of Islam that I didn't agree with. So for example, Sharia law. So within Sharia law, I could literally spend a whole video just talking about Sharia law, so I'm just going to try and kind of touch on a few things. If you want me to go in more detail at some point, I definitely can make a whole video on it, but for now I'll just throw a few things at you. Women's rights in Sharia law are, to me, quite ludicrous. The fact that a woman's testimony is much less than a man's, it actually aggravates me. It's something that I can't kind of understand why that would be, and I feel like it's just so belittling to women who are just as smart as men are, and you know, we know that men are just as smart. Their IQ levels aren't any less. You know, basically within Sharia law, for example, if you were to get divorced, one example, if you were to get divorced, a man can literally say, I divorce you 3 times, and Islamically you are divorced. A woman can't, because women are passionate. You know, they may say things in anger, so men won't say things in anger. Okay. You know, there's so many reasons that people give. Essentially, it's inequality, and it's quite vile, to be honest with you. That you know, however, there's no way of explaining that away. So a woman would have to actually go to a man, so would have to go to like a sheikh or a well-known Islamic sort of leader in that community and tell him, hey, I want to divorce him, is that okay with you? I don't know, that's just the weirdest thing to me. Another one is, for example, when even just simple things like when someone's getting married. When someone's getting married, you have to have witnesses, right? So you can either have 2 men, or if they're going to be women, you need to have doubles, you need to have 4. So that's just because, you know, women, I don't know,